Multiple sclerosis is a disease that impacts the brain and spinal cord, which make up the central nervous system that controls everything we do, whether it's taking a physical step or solving a complex problem. The exact cause of MS is unknown, but we do know that something triggers the immune system to attack the brain and spinal cord. The resulting damage to myelin that insulates wire-like nerve fibers is a disruption of signals to and from the brain. This interruption of communication signals causes unpredictable symptoms such as numbness, tingling, mood changes, memory problems, pain, fatigue, blindness, or paralysis. Everyone's experience with MS is different, and these losses may be temporary or long-lasting. Most people initially have relapsing remitting MS, where they experience attacks of new symptoms followed by periods of time when those symptoms go away partially or completely. Others experience gradual and ongoing loss of function without distinct attacks, which is known as progressive MS. MS can be difficult to diagnose, but once a diagnosis is confirmed by a neurologist who is knowledgeable about MS, there are disease-modifying therapies for reducing attacks and slowing down the damage for those with relapsing MS. Growing evidence suggests that early and ongoing treatment with a disease-modifying therapy is an important defense against future attacks. There are also treatment strategies to address some MS symptoms. There is no therapy yet that can slow down or stop progressive MS. Worldwide research is accelerating the discovery of how to slow down or even stop progressive MS, how to repair nervous system damage and restore function, wellness strategies such as exercise and diet that can help people with MS to live their best lives, and the exact cause of MS so that it may be prevented for future generations. To learn more about multiple sclerosis, connect with others to drive research for a cure, and to address the challenges of everyone affected by MS, visit nationalmssociety.org or call 1-800-344-4867.
Hello everybody and welcome along to this special event here for you today. It's the 4 Hours of Charlotte benefiting National MS Society here on iRacing, and we are going to be bringing you a tremendous event for you. It's going to be plenty of thrills and spills, and hopefully we get to raise a lot of money. My name is Paul Smith, alongside me Connery Maddock and Justin Prince here on the call here today. Very briefly, gentlemen, Connery, we'll start with you. What an amazing event we've got for you.
And for such a great cause as well. This is absolutely fantastic that iRacing have been able to put on this event in the support of the National MS Society. It's, we've already raised a huge amount of money for this charity, and, well, let's hope that we reach our extended goal today, and, well, more on that a little bit later on.
Absolutely, we'll touch that in shortly. But Justin, it's going to be an interesting race. You don't normally see a 4-hour endurance race around this track, but certainly it's got plenty of promise here.
Absolutely. This is a track that's put together some great races in the past in the real world, and it's going to be a track that will challenge even the best of drivers because of how tight the circuit can be, but also as well, just the amount of sausage curbs and as well, how you take the flow of the racetrack. So it's going to be a really intriguing race, to say the very least.
Certainly are. Of course, details of how to donate we'll go through that very shortly indeed, because of course we are raising money for the National MS Society. But why don't we hear from the National MS Society? Connery.
Yeah, we have Jennifer standing by, of course. And first of all, Jennifer, for those that are not aware, what actually is the National MS Society?
The MS Society is a movement by and for people affected by MS. Our mission is simple but critical. It is, we will cure MS while empowering those affected by MS to live their best life. There's 1 million people living with MS in the United States, and we want them to know that we are here for them. We are their friends, we are their allies, we are their resource center, and we are here to support them and lift them up until we are able to deliver a cure.
Well, there we go. You know, an apt description of what the charity does there, and of course, you know, you play a big part in the National MS Society. Just describe to everyone what exactly your role is as part of that charity.
I oversee the do-it-yourself fundraising program at the National MS Society for the Southeast chapters, and we have counterparts like myself all over the country. So do-it-yourself fundraising is anybody that wants to do something outside of our signature events, like golfing and bar crawls, and we have razor scooters, and somebody just registered an event that they're doing an Olympic trials ping pong tournament. And so anything that you want to do that is legal, we are excited about. So we work with them, or I work with them from start to finish of their event, and support them and make sure that we're raising the most money possible. And then the second part of my job is working with Stream to End MS, which is our new fundraising program at the National MS Society. It's for content creators and gamers to come together and do what they love and stream their content and raise money for the National MS Society.
Well, that does sound like an absolutely fantastic initiative, and I hope a lot of iRacers actually get themselves involved in that one. That would be absolutely fantastic to see. But how did you personally get yourself involved in the society?
Well, I have a twin sister who lives in Oakland, California, and hopefully she's watching right now over on the West Coast. She was diagnosed with MS 6 years ago. And so this work is something that's really important to me. I understand the mission. I understand that I want to find a cure for her and the almost 1 million other people living with MS. So I knew that every day that I wake up and that I work here, that I am raising money for my sister and to find a cure to this disease.
Well, thank you very much for joining us here on this iRacing broadcast, Jennifer. We wish you a good rest of your day. But you know, bringing it back, Paul, you know, a fantastic cause, all things considered. I think the MS has touched quite a few people's lives. You know, even mine. You know, I had a teacher that had the condition as well. So you got to think, you know, there's families, there's friends, there's a ton of people that have been affected by it. It's not just the person that actually has the disease.
Absolutely. I mean, I've got a work colleague who has multiple sclerosis, so yeah, definitely something that affects everybody. And well, we are going to be providing you here with a link of how you can donate. You'll be able to see that heading on over then to ntlms.org/iRacing to be able to donate. And we'll be even keeping up to date with all the donations as they come in the bottom right hand corner of the screen here. There's the little tracker of how much we've made so much. The bottom left-hand corner, should I say. Can't tell my right from my left. But also, it will, if you provide us with your name, also give you a little thank you on screen as well. And we'll be keeping an eye on the donations right now. And in fact, as we say that, we're getting donations coming in. So thank you, Caitlin Rose Collins, for that $25. So yeah, that's how we're going to be keeping up to date with everything that's happening in this, in terms of the donations of this event. Certainly a great cause. So check that out, ntlms.org/iRacing. Go and donate. Let's raise some money. We're trying to raise $48,000. It's an achievable target, and we'll be discussing through the race a few incentives for you all to donate to this wonderful cause as well. So yeah, make sure you check that out. And well, Justin is going to tell us all about the circuit and the venue that we're at here today.
Yes, we're at Charlotte Motor Speedway today at its Roval configuration, its road course, which is about 2.28 miles, 17 turns. This layout is designed for the NASCAR Sanction Series back in 2019 with its additions, but This is a track that's going to be very difficult to manage in regards to traffic because in the infield, it is very tight, about 1.5 lanes, 2 lanes of surface length. As well, it's also going to be difficult to make your way around that infield without major mistakes. That bus stop chicane down the back straightaway is also a very critical point of the race where you'll see drivers try and send it up the inside to make moves. This is a track where you can make some optimistic passes, but it's also one which can challenge you when it comes to your management of getting around cars and as well being able to keep yourself on circuit.
Yeah, certainly a challenging venue here today for this event, but we're getting close towards qualifying being up and over here in this event. So definitely looking forward to this, as we appear to have lost Connery there. But yes, we talked briefly about the challenges that the drivers will have. We've got multiple classes of cars in this one, and we'll be talking about that all the way through this event as well. So there's going to be plenty for us to fit into this 4 hours here today. So definitely, certainly an event that I'm looking forward to, and certainly everybody else here is looking forward to as well. But we're now heading into the race session, and that means that we'll be able to give you your starting grid for this event. And well, it is a rolling start, as is tradition in all endurance racing pretty much. And it is Trek Esports on the front row, along with a team that we're going to be keeping an eye on, 3 of a kind. We'll discuss them a little bit later. Lutracola Racing with Blue Chew Americas on row 2. Row 3 is Scuderia Chicken House and PSRC Critical with Wave Geodesic Racing and Team Chris Versteinen with Simtech Motorsport by Polaroid 3D, rounding out the final of your Cadillac class. Then we have got your GT4s. It's Undercut Racing Team Blue with Full Send Racing, GermanSimRacing.de by Hetzner, Drive Dead Racing, R8G Esports, SimRC, Forerunner Motorsports with Team Chimera there as well, Altitude Esports, Full Send Racing, and Team Mad, the 999 car, rounding out your GT4 field. As we carry on working our way through that, we will then bring up the next grouping of cars, which will be your TCRs. So we've got another class of cars here, and it's United Sim Sports Valvoline with Full Send Racing sharing that row of the grid, Ignium Motorsport and Synergy Sim Racing on the second row of the grid. There's Scuderia Chicken House and Bear Motorsports. Sam Blacklock next row with Marshmallow Racing for DMSG, Sim Racing Channel, Delta V Racing White, and Element Sim Racing there, finishing off your TCR category. Then we're on to the MX-5s, the Mazdas with Movano Sim Racing, Every Eye with his Kachuchu Inc., Huge Ass with the Conliffe by RSR Esports, Ava Vivatic, and then there's also a couple of cars starting from the rear as well. So plenty of cars out there, plenty of drivers getting a good chance to take part in one of these special events. Of course, iRacing holds special events throughout the year here on the service. Connery, looking at this, the Caddy, it's good to see the Caddy in an event like this, and this is going to be your top, the top field of this race here, the fastest car. They're a tricky car to handle, though.
Yeah, they are, and it's been, like you said, a very, very long time since we've seen the Cadillac take part in any of these special events. So it's great to see it back, but you are absolutely right. It can be a bit of a handful to even get around a single lap here of the Charlotte Motor Speedway Roval, let alone an entire 4-hour event. So it's going to be interesting to see how they do. I was having a look at what we call the strength of field before the event here. This is basically the average iRating of all the drivers in each class. So if you don't know what iRating is, it's basically like a ranking. The higher the number, the better. For those that are more experienced with iRacing, will know that an overall strength of field of 5,000 is pretty good going. And, these guys looking to give us a good show.
Absolutely. We've got the GT4s here as well, giving them a show. They're going to be the second fastest of the categories of cars. These are a bit more of the gentleman driver racing cars, aren't they, Justin?
Absolutely, and it's going to be interesting how these competitors go in these respective groups as well, and the TCRs in particular as well. Those respective cars put on a great show and can run side by side for a bit. The MX-5s, meanwhile, see a lot of draft coming into play for these respective competitors, where it's important to stay within the lead group of those cars and be able to stay close to one another. So it's going to be interesting how those drivers fare that out, especially down the back straightaway.
Well, the Chevy Pace truck is going to head on down to pit road momentarily, and then we'll be getting the green flag from Barney the flag man. And, well, we've said we'll be keeping an eye on one of the teams out there. It's three of a kind who share the front row that we are particularly interested in because of the team lineup. We'll discuss them further details later on in the race, but the leader is making a breakaway already down into the chicane at the end of the lap. Green flag in the air. We are underway for 4 hours of Charlotte, benefiting National MS Society. The Cadillacs, nice clean start for them so far through the opening couple of corners, as the rest of the field will be getting up underway as well. We've got the TCRs heading on down towards turn one. It's quite a tight turn as turn one here. Got to carry the speed as well. There was some smoke up in the air a little bit in turn one, but everything seems to be okay. Running on through towards the exit of the infield. This is where they head back onto the oval, heading in towards NASCAR's turn 1 and 2. Whereas in fact it's turn 8, 9 and 10 out on this version of the circuit. Through the oval there. There you see that three of a kind team already hanging on to the leader. They go into the back chicane, the back straight chicane. Quite a tight chicane, but it is an overtaking opportunity. Cut a little bit of the track there on the exit, but then get back on the power, carry the speed all towards the end of the straight. There are a few things that were, again, about this race that are unique to try and keep as many people driving in this one. Connery, one of those things being that these drivers, they've got, well, basically unlimited free repairs of their cars.
Some teams are actually going to need them already, at least in the Cadillac class, because an incident that we didn't actually see on the pictures coming down in towards turn number 1, 8 and the 47, they had a big coming together in towards turn number 1, and that's relevant because those guys, if they do have any damage, well, they can come down on towards pit lane, get a fast repair, and be off on their merry way. If they didn't have that, then they would have to sit on the pit lane just waiting for their virtual pit crew to do the repairs, and even then the cars sometimes don't get fully fixed. It's just imagine what a pit crew can do in the real world with just some duct tape and a hammer. Is basically the situation there. So it's so the cars don't always get fully repaired, but in this they do because of those resets, and like you said, unlimited amount of them as well. So there's not going to be no race-ending quote-unquote incidents here.
So there you go. There's the details of this race then. So it's a 4-hour race. We've got fast repairs are enabled. So that means, as we've been saying, free repairs for everybody to encourage as many cars to finish this race as possible. We would ideally like to see the entire field finish this race that took to the start of this one. And there's the different classes. So you can see the CTS class, that's the Cadillac CTS-V. Then the GT4s, you've got the Porsche 718 Cayman GT4, the BMW M4 GT4, and the McLaren 570S GT4. The TCR field, that's just the Audi RS3 LMS, and the MX-5 field, as you'd imagine, it's the global Mazda MX-5 car. And Justin, good to see a relatively clean start for this race. Just a couple of cars that Connery mentioned having an incident out there, but generally speaking, everybody's had a good go of it.
Yeah, so far, Nice solid rhythm to begin the race. 3 of a kind in particular, keeping within range of the front runners as well. So things have stayed fairly close so far. And for the most part, no one's hitting the sausage curbs too hard and hitting those bumps too badly to shuffle the cars about. So it's a great start, to say the very least, to this event.
Certainly. So we mentioned about this 3 of a kind car. It is Nick Ottinger who's currently racing in that car. He's behind the wheel, the driver out of the William Byron Esports team. Also a sim racer for TSM as well. He's currently your 2020 eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series champion as well. So he's got plenty of experience, not just on the oval side though. He does have a lot of experience on the road side of things as well. Also in that team, and this is particular interest for the iRacing staff, keeping a close eye on the boss, Steve Myers. He's in there, and he's going to be driving in that team, and hopefully joining us a little bit later on in this broadcast. And then the final driver, well, I'll say last, but certainly not last, not least, it's Chad Knaus here. I mean, you can see Steve Myers and Chad Knaus patiently waiting, keeping an eye on what Nick Ottinger is doing right now. But those drivers, I mean, Justin, Chad Knaus, I mean, what is there to say what he hasn't? It's easy to say what he hasn't achieved in motorsport.
A strong legacy when it comes to being a crew chief in NASCAR competition. Absolutely dominant on the box and knows how to make the right calls. It's going to be interesting to see him drive. I'm curious to see how Steve Myers does as well, to see how he fares out in terms of the pace, because Nick Ottinger is looking very solid to start things off for that group.
Certainly is, and we'll again discuss that team a little bit later on. We're looking at the TCRs at the moment, further down in your field. So it is the United Sim Sports team Valvoline car who lead that one, ahead of Full Send Racing with Ignium Motorsport not that far behind them as well. So pretty close in your TCR field. And those TCRs, they do always provide some really good racing. I mean, Connery, we've commentated multiple times. I mean, I've raced in the TCR, let's be honest. But we've commentated multiple times on endurance events where the TCRs, they're still battling from lap 1 to the end of the race.
Yeah, the type of racing that you see in this class of car in particular is my favorite kind. You know, they're not afraid to get up in each other's mirrors, get up on each other's bumpers, and that's just a fantastic spectator sport, if anything else. And they do tend to, like you said, keep together in these sorts of events. And that's exactly what we're seeing here behind Ignium Motorsports, where you've got Synergy and Drop Air Motorsports down further back as well. But having a look back at the MX-5s, though, the Miatas, as some people will call them, of course, rookie car here on iRacing. So if you do sign up to iRacing, this is if you drive on the roadside, this is going to be the first car that you get to experience. And well, it's not just for rookies, is it, Paul? It's for seasoned professionals as well, as they also do take part on occasion in the iRacing Nürburgring 24-hour.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, I've seen it many a time where the MX-5, those drivers around the Nürburgring are absolutely sensational. There's one of your Cadillacs. Your Cadillac leaders actually making their way past the leading MX-5 car. So that's only taken about 7.5 minutes for the leaders to work their way through. Here's one of your MX-5 drivers then, Casey Kerwin. I mean, we're talking about stacked field. Here's another driver who we all know from top-level sim racing. But Casey, in the number 14 car, currently in second place here, Justin. And, well, he is well known amongst the sim racing community.
A very strong performer in eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series competition, but as well runs a lot of road course races on the official service as well, where he tries various different types of cars and does so very efficiently. And when it comes to the MX-5 as well, he runs a lot of this as well. So he is somebody that you definitely have to keep an eye on for this race, because he's got a lot of talent and a lot of skill when it comes to this machine. And hitting his mark smoothly, to say the very least so far, just trying to stay out of the way of some of the faster cars coming on by, but as well trying to save a little bit of fuel riding behind.
It's worth pointing out that bottom left-hand corner, we have just gone over $42,000. So we're already broken into the $42,000 mark. So thank you everybody who has donated so far. And we're only 9 minutes into this race here, and we're already just creeping closer and closer. It was a donation from Facebook. Of course, there are multiple ways for you to donate. There will be details around if you're watching on YouTube. There'll be details in the information. And also we'll be able to get the link on screen later on for how you can donate. But yes, Casey Kerwin, lovely. He's enjoying himself, and it's always nice to see his well-coiffured hair there, Connery. He certainly has a unique hairstyle. I wish I had that much hair.
Yeah, I was going to mention, but I thought it would be a little bit too rude to mention it. But yeah, Casey continuing on out there, second place in MX-5s at the moment, keeping tabs on the leader, which is simply what you have to do here, especially on the first stint. You can't allow them to get that decent gap early on in the event for them to sort of base their pit stop strategy around. And we have to remember, 4-hour event, there are going to be multiple pit stops here for all 4 classes. It's just a matter of when, and in some instances how as well, if they want to take tires or just the fuel as well. But we'll get into that a little bit later on. But for now, everything pretty calm out there. I've seen, like, apart from that turn 1 problem that we saw between 2 Cadillacs, I haven't seen too many problems out there on circuit. Everyone just taking it very, very conservatively indeed. And it results in, well, we've still got all of our cars still running. Of course, that's not entirely surprising due to the fact that we have the unlimited fast repairs. But it's good to see everyone taking it quite seriously here in the opening portion of the race.
Well, it's that serious that we've even got the Irish police here, because the car behind this one that we're looking at, number 10, is the Irish Garda liveried car. So the Simtech Motorsports by Polaroid 3D, they're representing the Irish police there with their livery. They do stand out with that, though, that's for sure, because, well, you don't want to, you want to take it easy, Justin. You don't want to mess around with them, or else they'll give you a ticket.
Yeah, they might ask you to pull on over and say, give me that position. And it's looking like they're trying, at the very least, to get them to do that. It's just trying to stay within range.
It's good to see that people... The thing is, this is all about raising money as this event. But at the end of the day, people want to win as well. You all want to win the race that you're taking part in. But yeah, definitely great to see that the Guard are out there. And they're having a good go of it. Currently, in that battle then for 6th and 7th place, they have moved up the field, having started 9th in this race. So, we're getting into... I was about to say that we're sort of getting into that phase where they're starting to settle down, but they've already settled down here, Connery. I wonder if it's the nature of the track that sort of spreads the field out, or... I don't know what it is, but everybody's just being nice and calm. They're not using up their free repairs.
Yeah, that's the important thing. Everyone's keeping each other, well, keeping themselves out of trouble, and therefore keeping each other out of trouble. But yeah, you're exactly right. Even though you do have those unlimited fast repairs to use, you still don't want to use them, because you still have to come down towards the pit lane. In a worst case, you'll still have to take the tow back to pit lane, especially if you end up on your side or on your roof. So it's something that you simply do not want to do, because you'll lose a whole bunch of time as a result of that. So, despite them having that rather large safety net, it's one that you still don't really want to fall into. But as of right now, like you said, no one's really done it.
Yeah, so they're working their way through the back chicane. That's Synergy Sim Racing, the 089 that we're looking at. Currently 4th place behind Ignium Motorsport, who are in 3rd with Dan Mould behind the wheel. Wayne Burke is behind the wheel for the Synergy Sim Racing 89 car as they go through that final chicane. And that final chicane can catch you out. It can, if you hit that curb wrong, and you mentioned it, Justin, those sausage curbs, if you hit that sausage curb wrong, it can just fire you into that outside wall.
I was about to say, as you were starting off that point, they actually hit one of those curves and tapped the wall with the right side door. It can easily just jet you out and push you out towards those walls, or if you end up hitting the inner curves, potentially cost you a ton of time. There's a bit of contact.
Oh, that's easily done. That was the leaders coming through as well to lap them, and well, it was the Ignium car. I do believe the 26. Yeah, Ignium Dan Mold, who got turned around, and that's one of the things that can happen here with the TCR car. And look at this, they're giving the position back. That's great to see. Great sportsmanship from Synergy Sim Racing. Realised that they were involved in that incident and just said, no, I've put you back places. Go past, get the position, because it was unfair. So that's great sportsmanship to see there out there on track. But that's what can happen here, Connery, when you've got the leaders coming through to lap you. You give them space, but it can catch out your fellow competitors.
Yeah, exactly, and it's very, very difficult actually to even get one of these TCR cars into a spin. So that's an achievement being made there. But we'll get to see a replay here. You see Synergy Sim Racing trying to go around the outside on a closing door. That gap is always going to be non-existent by the time they get to the corner, and Ignium just spun across the nose there, and you know, it wasn't helped by the fact that Synergy still continued to attempt to get to the apex there, committing a lot of right-hand steering lock to be able to get in, which spun that car around, and I think that was the main reason why they felt that they needed to give up that place.
So one thing worth pointing out about the TCR, you might be thinking, wow, that was unusual to see the car just spin out like that when it was turning right. You know, so see it spin out to the left when it got contact. Those are front-wheel drive cars, and they have very little weight over the rear wheels. So if they're on the brakes, the back end is very, very light, very little grip on the rear, and just the smallest of touches can send it spinning round, and that's what we saw there. So as we carry on in this race, worth pointing out, and we'll get to see it in a second, as we ride on board with Niels van Handel, we've had a $220 donation put in, and it'll come up on the screen momentarily. There you go. Thank you very much, Alex, for that $220 donation there for that one. That is a brilliant donation to be going in towards a fantastic cause. But we'll look at this lead battle. Handel and Ottinger, they're just not letting up at all, are they, here, Justin?
Not at all. Ottinger's trying to keep within draft distance and just continuing to pressurize and Handel very strongly at the moment, keeping wheel to wheel. It's been impressive so far, but look at this traffic jam in the middle of the infield as well for some of these competitors. Some of them I've seen having to dart 3-4 wide in a couple cases to get around one another with how tight this racetrack can be, and it's gotten a couple near close calls, even more so in that infield section alone.
Well, Justin, we'll touch on a point here, because we've heard you mention the draft quite a few times here. We possibly have new viewers who have maybe never seen motorsport, let alone iRacing. Just if you want to briefly just explain what you mean by people using the draft there.
When it regards to using the draft, it's in regards to keeping within about a second or so of the car in front and trying to use the slipstream or that said draft to be able to try and gain time, or in many cases, try and save a little bit of fuel. And that's something that comes into play in some of these types of events, is drivers trying to save a little bit and trying to utilize the draft of the cars in front. So to simplify things, it's essentially that pull that you're getting from the drivers in front of you to be able to try and gain that extra little bit of speed down the straightaways.
A brilliant way I had it described to me once is if you're driving along the motorway for us in Europe, or on the freeway out in the North America, if you ever have a truck go past you, you'll feel the wind of the truck buffet you as it goes past you. That's because that truck is pushing air out of its way. And behind that truck is going to be a bit of a calm zone of air. So if you think of it like that, these drivers are trying to use that calm zone of air to drive in that hole in the air that car in front has forced. Therefore, it's taking less effort for the car behind to get up to speed, to use that speed, and you sometimes see them catching up to the car in front by using that hole in the air, Connery. And it's an effective tactic of, as Justin said, of catching and overtaking somebody, but also, as Justin said, with saving fuel because you're using less effort to keep up with the car in front. Connery.
Either way, that's a perfect way to put it, Paul.
Yeah, absolutely. It appears we've lost Connery for a second there. So let's have a look then. We have got the GT4 cars up on screen right now. There's a full send car in third place, the number 3. That has currently got Fraser Smith behind the wheel. They are currently behind the R8G Esports car, Thomas Pessageon, who's behind the wheel. The R8G Esports car, that is Romain Grosjean's esports team. Of course, Romain, former Formula One driver and currently an IndyCar driver as well on the road side of things. So that is his esports outfit that is taking part in this, and they currently find themselves in second place here, Justin, in your GT4 outfit. It's certainly good to see that team doing so well here.
Yeah, they've been having a very strong year across the iRacing service when it comes to their drivers and performances. It's great to see them in support of an event such as this, to be able to raise money for such a great cause. And they're performing very well so far. But keep in mind, they're getting pressurized a little bit by Full Send Racing, who is still trying to fall wheel to wheel. And Full Send Racing is an organization that has competed in various leagues with a lot of success in this car, with a very strong driver lineup that can also go wheel to wheel with them. And we're seeing that right now with Fraser Smith behind the wheel. He's doing a very strong job.
Yeah, but Fraser is in that unique position where he's got a car in front that he's trying to overtake and a car behind him that he's trying to hold back as well. We're back to the race lead here, though. Trek Esports, Niels van Handel, and Three of a Kind with Nick Ottinger behind the wheel. They're working their way through turn 2 into turn 3 right now. And still, Ottinger just keeping the pressure up. This is relentless here from Nick in these early parts here, Justin.
Yeah, each time they reach the traffic, Nick Ottinger's been able to take advantage to gain at least 2 to 3 car lengths or so, I've noticed. So Ottinger is getting through the slower traffic more efficiently than Van Handel right now. It's just a matter of, for Ottinger, finding an opportunity to try and make a move, and right now it seems like he's content on falling behind. Keep in mind, I was watching along with one of the earlier of action when it came to this event, and the team in front was actually very quick at 3 a.m. Eastern time. So they are looking to raise a lot of funds and awareness here, and they are looking very strong in this car.
Well, let's go and have a word with one of our guests for this one. Connery Madrick, take it away with a certain Steve Myers.
Well, hello, and I do have Mr. Steve Myers standing by with me, of course, CEO of iRacing. It's a pleasure to speak to you, Steve. And first of all, it's great to see you in this race. But did you expect to even be inside of the top split, though?
Good morning, guys, and thanks everyone for tuning in, and all you guys for pitching in and broadcasting this race. It's for a good cause, and I hope we raise a lot of money today. But no, I did not expect to be in the top split. That is an unfortunate outcome to a full week of practice that we put in, because we felt very good coming in this morning to be on solid pace for a mid-split, race, but Mr. Nick Ottinger screwed that up for us, and get us into the highest split. So we are not looking forward to that aspect of it. But, you know, us old guys, maybe, you know, slow and steady can at least get us a good finish.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like that right now. The early going seems to be pretty comfortable for you guys, keeping tabs to the leader, but less about the race for the moment.
Well, that's Nick. Nick is in the car, so you know, when Nick gets out of the car, that's when our race is going to get interesting.
All right, well, we'll have to keep an eye on it. But, you know, of course, this race is for a very good cause, the National MS Society. How important is it for iRacing to be supporting causes like this?
Yeah, you know, it's interesting. John Henry sent us an email this week and said, you know, we really need to, you know, start doing more of these charity races. And I said, oh, you know, good. We're doing one this weekend. So yes, this is a good way to use our platform. It's obviously for a great cause. You know, we have this ability to kind of reach out and touch, you know, every corner of the globe. To reach people, to try to raise awareness for these, you know, charities and to try to raise money for a good cause. So, you know, I'm excited to do it. It's fun to, you know, take the work hat off for a little while and put the play hat on and actually get to enjoy the product.
Yeah, well, we're certainly enjoying the product at the moment, that's for sure. But, you know, over the course of this event, you know, we've got a very, very long time to go at the moment. But before we get on to that, we have a question, it seems, from Twitter, a question from the community saying, will the NHRA be on iRacing inside of the next 5 years?
So first of all, I really appreciate all the people that have donated to ask some questions. I hope during this broadcast that a few more will jump in, you know, because I think, hey, this is a great way to get out some information about what's going on in iRacing, but also to raise some money doing it. So NHRA. So as everyone knows, Ron Capps is a huge iRacing fan, and I'm a big Ron Capps fan. And so he has taken the baton and continuously beats us up on, you know, when are we going to do NHRA? And, you know, I just went up to the Epping race here in New England a couple weeks ago and saw him again, got to go through, experience it all again. And I absolutely love NHRA. It's something we've talked about. It's something that, you know, we have on our radar. It's not in the immediate future for iRacing, but it's what's difficult about drag racing and something that I think is the real, you know, barrier for us doing it is how do we do the scoring? How do we do the timing? How do we do it where, you know, our product is very much a multiplayer product? Like, how do we make it so that it's fair? That, you know, people with differing levels of hardware and, you know, connection speed to our servers, how is it's going to be a fair experience to everyone? That's the major kind of obstacle with doing drag racing. So it's not in our immediate plans, but it is something that we continue to talk about and think about and try to figure out, is there a way that we can solve that problem?
Yeah, of course, there are a couple of, I guess, community-run leagues that still try to do it within the current limitations, but hopefully, you know, some point in the future that it'll be officially supported by iRacing. But we do have another question from the community. Callan Martin says, will Super GT ever come to iRacing? That's a famous Japanese GT racing series.
So it's funny, Super GT was actually one of the first series we actually signed when we started licensing, you know, content. And for what happened with Super GT, and I think we had every intention of kind of building those cars, but the inability for us to get good data for the cars was kind of the real obstacle for us in pursuing that. And so I don't really see us solving that issue right now because we didn't really have the ability to do, you know, to get the CAD data. We actually, it was literally in our agreement that they couldn't get us the CAD data. So it's been difficult for us to really kind of pursue that. And I think now with, you know, the way that sports car world is changing and what's happened with DTM, I think there's just so many question marks around it that, you know, just like what happened with, you know, the prototype world, I think, you know, there needs to be some things to settle in that space before we really kind of, you know, investigate it further.
Yeah. Okay. So a very diplomatic answer, I suppose, there, Steve. So, yeah, of course we can hope for all of these things in the future. I'm certainly hoping for a couple of bits of content that are not in the sim just yet to make their way in further down the line. Another question from the community. I'm sorry I'm bombarding you with all of these, Steve, but Isaac Smith says, "What is
I'll do this all day if people keep donating money."
Okay, what is the ETA on the updated Indianapolis Motor Speedway scan?
So this has been a very frustrating process and project. And we actually had the Indy track ready to be scanned in, I want to say it was April of last year, I believe. We had a scan trip scheduled to go collect the data, and Indy poses some bigger challenges to scan than other tracks because how big it is, and not to mention that if we're going to go there, we want to do the oval and the road course as well. And so, but I do have good news. Finally, out of all these questions, I do have some good news. Is that we actually scanned it last week. So the data is going to be in-house pretty soon, and we will be able to start working on it. It's not going to be done for the races this year, unfortunately, but it is something that we will have in development in the next year and released onto the service.
Well, there we go. We're all optimistic about that one. It'll be great to see a new, refreshed Indianapolis Motor Speedway on the service. But I'll have to let you get back to your team, Steve. Best of luck in the rest of the race. And of course, if you do have a couple more questions for Steve, then of course you can donate. You can join us on social media, just at iRacing, and you'll be able to ask Steve a question. And it seems like no question is entirely off limits as long as you donate enough money to the National MS Society. So thank you very much, Steve. We'll see you a little bit later on.
Thanks, guys.
All right, we'll head back to Paul in the commentary booth.
Well, there we are. There's some tasty bites for you from Steve Myers, and always good to hear from Steve on a broadcast like this. But we are just past the half an hour mark of the opening hour of this race, and we've been keeping an eye on the race action. The leaders still close together out there, Justin, but also worth pointing out, we're creeping closer and closer to the $43,000 mark. Let's keep this going. Let's keep the energy going. I want to see 43,000 by the time we reach the hour mark.
Absolutely. It's such a great cause to be able to raise donations for. And of course, the National MS Society does a lot of work when it comes to the work they do. But look at some of these battles that are starting to fare out on this racetrack. Things are getting very tight, especially with some of these drivers bumping the curbing and starting to make a little bit of mistakes now as these tires are starting to wear in a little bit.
Absolutely. So we're looking at the TCR battle involving the 5 and the 268. So this is second and third place. Drop Bear Motorsport. Here we go. A replay up on screen. That's the 268 in front. And it's going into turn 1. And then, I've had to hit the brakes because there's a wall there. It's so easily done at this track, Justin. And that turn 1 wall, you have to run close to it to use all of the track. But you can make that mistake so easily.
Absolutely. And look at this, a pit stop coming in, and 3 of a kind has come on in, and it looks like a driver swap for them.
It certainly is. It's Chad Knaus then who's going to jump into that Cadillac. So 3 of a kind. Well, it's just a 7-time NASCAR champion crew chief that's jumping into that car. He does know his way around road racing as well, doesn't he, Connery?
Yeah, he does. Maybe not so much here on iRacing, but, having only done a few official races in his time here on iRacing, but I'm expecting him still to be pretty competent out there on circuit. There he is, heading his way out now, making sure that he can join the track safely. He does so behind a handful of GT4 machines there. So, yes, Chad Knaus out there, of course, most famous for all of his work with Hendrick Motorsports and, of course, Jimmy Johnson, I believe it was, where he won all of those championships. It's a very decorated person in terms of motorsports. And, well, let's see how handy he really is behind the wheel instead of in the crew box there, Paul.
Yeah, I mean, we're putting a lot of pressure on him because this is the thing. You've got that mixture of classes here. You've got two cars battling for position in class in front of him. He's on cold tyres as well in that Cadillac, and it's a little bump on the car in front with him. I'm sure he's apologetic about that, but yeah, he's it's not the easiest of cars, as we mentioned, to drive out there on the service, that Cadillac, because Justin, it's not a very forgiving car, is it?
It isn't, and when you make hard contact like that, it can build up the damage indeed and hurt that machine a little bit, but as well, it's so difficult to be able to properly hit your marks right in, where if you send it too hard into the corner, you're likely going straight into the corner, and right now, Chad Cannell's looking like he's just trying to get himself acclimated with the feel of the car at the moment, properly hit these apexes. It's not an easy task to be able to rotate that car.
Speaking of rotating, it's a car rotating through the air, which is that BMW that we just saw flying over the curbing. And as they head on through, that's the 93. And they are currently third place in class, 13th overall. They've got the battling R8 GE Sport car behind, as well as the Drive Dead Racing car as well. Full Send just in front of them as well. So this is a four-car battle here, Connery, for second place in your GT4 class.
Yeah, it is fantastic to see. Is you know, they're heading their way through that very tricky infield sector here at the moment, going wheel to wheel. Fantastic stuff. There's the German Sim Racing DE the car trying to get trying to get out of the way at the moment of a couple of Cadillacs that are trying to squeak their way through, and well, PSRC in the Cadillac just basically didn't quite have enough room there. A bit of front rear contact coming through the corner, but all is fair. They both keep each other on circuit. No one finds a barrier or spins around, so everything's absolutely fine there. But yeah, you can see just this bit of traffic right here can be a little bit concerning, and you see even more traffic heading their way down the back straight there at the back of the shot as we see these guys head their way through that bus stop chicane. This is going to be a constant problem now over the course of this race, Paul. It's going to be all about the management. It's what we say in every single endurance race that we do, be it in a league or in an iRacing official special event. It's not necessarily the fastest car that's in clear air that will have.
There's a crash on the pit road, and that was a Porsche. It appeared. Well, there was a car facing backwards. I do believe it was the R8 GE sports car that has had an incident out there going onto pit road. It shows it's not an easy track to race at anyway, but you come round there at speed, heading into pit road. If you get it wrong, Justin, you have a big accident. Fortunately, you're in the right place to get your free repair.
Yeah, a very tough break. That'll cost them some time, absolutely, on the track overall. But the interesting thing with that sequence, I think, may have been just the timing of all. Because keep in mind, when you're in NASCAR 3 and 4, some of the drivers may have different preferences on how they enter that lane, where they might brake a little bit in the racing surface, then duck down. Some may go to the apron and then try and go in the brakes. So that has to be communicated. I'm coming in to pit if you're close to one another, because it's so easy to make contact. It happens with stock car racing here a lot. It happens as well in road racing here, where you need to be able to communicate that you are coming in, and in this case, no communication. Car ducks in to follow the draft, and then he goes in for the pit lane.
Oh, yeah, that was the Drive Dead Racing car that was behind them, and reversed into the pit wall. Fortunately, not able to make contact at that position there. we've gone back to live pictures. We've got the Garda trying to make their way past some of your TCR category cars. That's the Ignium Motorsport car in 3rd place. Just now, look at that. Lap traffic, Connery, opens the door, and Synergy Sim Racing say, thank you very much, I'll gain a position here.
Yeah, those are the sorts of opportunistic moves that you really have to pay attention to as a driver. You sometimes get caught in the situation where the lapping procedure is just kind of a bit more cordial, a bit more just, okay, after you, after you, after you. But no, there are absolutely opportunities for you to work your way by. And as we can see, that Ignium Motorsports car on the bottom of the banking, able to get back through on the Synergy Sim Racing car. The draft is pretty powerful here in these TCRs, it seems, on the banking. And, well, Ignium ahead coming into the bus stop. But let's see if they're able to hold on to a position coming down in towards that first turn.
I mean, one thing that worth noting here with this track here at Charlotte Motor Speedway, you are over 600 feet in elevation from sea level. So, it's not going to be the biggest effect on the cars, but of course, as the higher you get from sea level, the less power you get out of your engine. I thought I just saw the car behind hitting the wall as well. So, again, these walls here, Justin, at this Charlotte Motor Speedway, they bite.
They bite and bite quickly if you hit the curbing wrong or take too much speed through the corner. But it's getting very busy. You see in the backdrop there with how things are faring out for some of these cars, because for these two you see on screen, nice and calm, just taking the opportunities where they come when it is the timing of the runs, while for some, they're trying to defend all the way down to the blue line. That's how defensive they're getting for position.
As we head on through, of course, we are raising money for the National MS Society. And as we head on through, we are keeping a track of everything. There you see it in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen below the timing tower. The total raised so far, and thank you very much to Joshua for your $10 donation. That will go help towards that ultimate goal, and that help us reach that goal. We're trying to raise $48,000 here today in this event, and well, here is an example of traffic and how you try to manage it. That full send car, the big squeeze there, and the GT4 car just having to get out of it there, Connery. It's such a difficult part of the track through that infield section to get past.
It really is, and with lapping procedures like that, it takes two to tango in many respects. It's got to be the car ahead being predictable, just taking their normal line. It's the responsibility of the car behind to be able, look at this. This is absolutely crazy coming through the middle sector here. Synergy is what's involved in this. Oh, Wave Geodesic Racing just nipping their way through. Ignium Motorsports, we have multiple different representatives in terms of classes here, 3 different classes all involved in one piece of circuit here, and this is where those the traffic skills, like I was mentioning, Paul, really come into their own.
Yeah, absolutely. That was your Cadillac CTS class, that was TCR class, and also the MX-5 class as well, all coming together through that infield. Once they get onto the oval, they are able to just stretch their legs, fan out, and really use all of that track around there. But when you're in that infield, you've got to be patient, and patience is going to be a big word that we use here in this race today, because that will have a huge bearing on how each of these teams get on here today. 2 teams that aren't patient, well, there you see the number 6 and the team 66. That's Team Onterrible and the Full Send Racing 97 car together out there on track, and they're fighting away over 7th and 8th in GT4. Both in the Porsche here, Justin, and both pushing on and pushing hard.
And that's all coming with the overall race leader trying to make their way through as well. So Christopher Cook looking like he's hitting his marks well, taking advantage of this. Neil Butler losing a lot of time as a result of where Van Hondo ended up reaching him at that moment. So it's going to be where you have to be patient now for Butler to try and reel him back in, try and hope for a bit of slow-ups once more for Cook to be able to keep this battle up.
but that Cadillac isn't the best through the slower corners, and that's where things like the GT4 cars and the TCR cars will have a bit more of an advantage over the Cadillac CTS car. But it's through those medium and high-speed corners where that Caddy really can stretch its legs and pull out and get ahead. We've got GT4 traffic working their way through TCRs. I can tell you as well that there's been a GT4 car pull off to the pits, taking a tour. It's the 169, and that was the R8 GE sports car. Well, we saw it have issues coming onto pit road. They're having even more issues out there on track and the screen. So what we'll do now is we will just step aside for just a moment here and remind you why we are doing this event here. You are watching the 4 hours of Charlotte benefiting the National MS Society. We'll be right back.
MS does suck.
MS mucks with your central nervous system, almost everything about your body.
MS took everything from me.
Always taking away. You never get anything back.
Despite MS, I will keep riding my bike.
I will continue to live the life that my daughter expects me to live.
I won't let MS change who I am inside.
I'm gonna keep being me.
It doesn't matter where you're from, who you grew up rooting for, what you grew up watching, your home track, your favorite car, the series you've always wanted to race in. When you're ready to know what it's like, we're here, bringing you as close to the action as it gets with the ultimate sim racing experience. With a community of hundreds of thousands just like you. This is iRacing, and here, every day is race day.
Welcome back to the 4 hours of Charlotte benefiting the National MS Society. And of course, this broadcast is brought to you by the National MS Society. Thank you so much to National Multiple Sclerosis Society teaming up and partnering with iRacing to bring on this event and to try and raise a lot of money for a sensational cause. A cause close to many people's hearts. That's the National MS Society. For information on how to donate, you will find links in the descriptions if you are watching on YouTube. Also, we'll be providing links throughout this broadcast as well. And if you are wondering about the National MS Society, well, I can tell you that their mission is it's a very simple one. They want to cure MS while empowering people affected by MS to live their best lives. And well, here's some analysis of the race here today. We're a 4-hour race. You do get free repairs for all of the cars out there on track. So hopefully we'll finish with the same amount of cars as we started with in this event. And well, if you do want to donate to this event and to the National MS Society, then there's the link, ntlms.org/iRacing. That's ntlms.org/iRacing. I want to see $43,000 by the time we reach the 3-hour mark. So that's 13 minutes away. And hopefully we can keep pushing forward towards the overall goal of $48,000. Paul Smith here alongside me in the commentary booth is Connery Maddock and Justin Prince. And well, Connery, we'll come to you first. Been quite an intriguing opening to the race. We're almost towards the hour mark, just at 13 minutes away from that. Traffic has had a huge effect out there, but so too has the racing's been intense as well.
The strategy has been intriguing in all the cases as well. We saw, of course, the three-of-a-kind team, the sort of featured team that we're watching involving Nick Olinger, Steve Myers, and Knaus as well. They are kind of, well, they came down in very early for that stop and driver change. So I'll have to see what the point is behind that to see if they're trying to count back from the end of the race rather than sort of count forward in some respects. But yeah, Paul, you know, it's a lot to think about with strategies in these sorts of endurance races.
And of course, Justin, you know, it's not just about the Cadillac out there. There are 4 classes of car, out there on track, and we've seen close battling all the way through those fields. I mean, the Mazda MX-5s, the TCRs, the GT4s are all still got battles going on out there.
Yes, indeed, especially in some of the cases for third position when it comes to the TCR class, with how things have heating up with Ignium and synergy we've seen throughout the race so far. You've got drivers as well, such as Casey Kerwin and his car try to hold on in his MX-5 at the moment over one of the best drivers on the service, Marcel Pagnon or Movado at the moment. So there's a lot of big moments and big battles heating up.
Well, I'm delighted to say we've got another guest for joining us here on the broadcast. And Connery, why don't you take it away with Greg Hill?
Yeah, Greg, another staff member from iRacing, but what exactly is your role again, Greg? Because I believe it's changed recently.
Hey, Connery, that's right. Yeah, so my role is executive producer, and essentially what that means is I help facilitate development projects, working with our great associate producers, our art directors, and our engineering staff, where we kind of help prioritize and design future projects that we'll be working on, and then make sure that everybody who's on these projects has what they need to be successful. There's a lot of fun projects that we're working on now, for sure, and I'm pretty happy to be helping them all with it. Steve Myers has been performing this role for a number of years now, and he's going to be working on some other areas of the product, and he's still going to be helping out, but I'm excited to help a bit more at the same time.
Of course, you're going to be aware of a good couple of big features that might be on the horizon for iRacing that certainly all of us are looking forward to with regards to content and new things coming into the sim. But we do have a question from the community, and it's been one that's been on many people's lips, and I know Steve has teased this in a Twitter comment saying if you donate $500 or whatever it was, you get a comment on this, but you've sort of drawn the short straw with regards to answering this question, Greg. Can you give me an ETA on rain?
An ETA, that's a precise question. I can tell you that we're working on it really hard. We've been working on it for close to a year at this point. And it's really at the point now where we've started to bring in not only the core engineers who are working on it, but the entire team, the artists, the VFX people, multiple rendering engineers, our dynamic track engineer, the engineer who designed our dynamic track, and it's a whole team effort now. We are working very hard to have something operational by the end of the year. Whether or not that translates into it shipping by the end of the year, I don't think we're ready to say that. We want to make sure we do it right, but internally, at least, we'll certainly be driving around in rain, both graphically and physically, by the end of the year here.
Wow, that's the first time we've ever gotten well, not a solid commitment to a time frame, but at least an idea of a time frame with regards to rain. So thank you very much for that, Greg, and try not to introduce it in the fashion of it just randomly starts raining in one of these special events, because that'll cause a little bit of chaos. But thank you very much. Thank you very much for joining us, and well, we'll have to send it back to Paul.
Well, I mean, that was an answer I wasn't expecting, I'll be honest, but there we go. Yeah, a lot of the community have been calling for that, and it's great to see that we're getting to the stage where we can start seeing the result on the horizon. And for me personally, because I do like to, I'm a glutton for punishment, and I love taking part in the iRacing special events and pushing myself to the limit in terms of my endurance. The sim is fine, the sim always endures fine, but myself, I struggle for the endurance. But for something like the Nürburgring 24 Hours, Justin, to have that extra element of rain really could throw something into a spanner into the works. As we have a look at an incident that's happened to the three of a kind team. That's Chad Knaus into the chicane on the back straight, clipping that sausage curb, and around it goes. You've mentioned it time and again, Justin, how those sausage curbs can really affect you, and we've seen it there for Chad. But yeah, I would love to see, I can't wait to see rain come into the sim, but only when it's ready.
And that's the key thing, too. It's going to be absolutely exciting, though, to be able to drive in the rain, because it takes a special skill set, first of all, to race in the rain, make sure you don't hydroplane, make sure you don't slide off the racetrack, of course. So it's going to take a lot of adjusting for some of the competitors, but it's going to be fun to see which drivers, in turn, are able to adapt and be able to adjust to a wet track condition quickly, and it brings that extra layer of realism.
I could say from personal experience, having done go-karting on in the rain, it's a dark art. Is that? Here's Kenneth Goldbranson then in the MX-5 class, currently working his way through in the RSR esports car. Very talented driver is Kenneth, and I have the pleasure of commentating on him regularly on a Monday night. Yeah, he's somebody who's got quite a good amount of pace out there. He's under pressure, though, from the TurboBricks.com racing car behind them. And quite frankly, I think that team should now donate some of their sponsorship money towards the charity. For me mentioning them there, Connery.
Yeah, absolutely. But, you know, we still have a goal to get towards as far as the fundraising is concerned. $48,000, and we're steaming towards that in quite a rapid fashion. Remember, you know, I remember we were talking about this a few days ago. Our original goal was $25,000, and we're almost going to get to double that if we go over our extended goal. So that is an incredible amount of support from the sim racing community. It's a lot of money that'll go to a very good cause, and even if you're outside of the US, for example, you know, the National MS Society can still help you with some support, and of course any money that gets donated also gets used for research into a cure as well, which will benefit everyone. But
that's the 189. That is Chad Knaus, I do believe, falling down the order. He is. He's got damage to his car. I have a funny feeling that he's said hello to a wall, and the wall didn't say hello back very nicely. As getting into the side of a TCR car, he's struggling to control that car. In fact, he's found another wall out there, and he's busted the engine. Oh dear, it's so easily done around here, Justin.
Yeah, it just looked like a cascade of errors that started a snowball, and that's the tough break that can come into play, where if you make one little mistake and let it fester, it can build up. On the bright side, Kachu car is looking nice and sporty right now. That car is special, especially that back bumper. It's a intriguing looking car.
Yeah, well, I think we'll leave it at that. Now, people may be thinking, oh, Chad is out the race. No. There's an unlimited amount of fast repairs, free repairs for these drivers. So normally, in an iRacing special event, and iRacing hold these special events all throughout the year, you know, thinking of things like the Daytona 24 hours, or the Sebring 12 hours. We had the Spa 24 hours last week, the official iRacing Spa 24 hours last week. We've got Petit Le Mans coming up later on as well. These special events run throughout the year. You normally don't get those free repairs in those events here. But Connery, today, because we're doing this event and raising a lot of money for charity, it seems on the right to try and keep as many people in this race as possible.
Yeah, it's in our best interest to be able to do that, just to continue on the show and keep the battling going on out there. But that's being said, though, we do, of course, you know, have had 3 of a kinds now have to come down towards the pit lane just to get that fast repair. We have had 2 other retirements, though, drivers that decided not to take any further part in this race. That's Force End Racing 85 and the RH Esports number 8, which we saw have that spectacular incident down on towards the pit lane after they attempted to get down of their own accord, but they got a little bit too much help from the car behind and spun them on towards the pit lane there. But yeah, coming up to around about 3 hours to go. Well, we've almost got an hour of this one done in the books already, and well, it doesn't feel like.
Yeah, this first hour has just absolutely flown by in this event, and it's been so far so good to bring you. We'll be giving you a full rundown of everybody's position in the next hour for you, but we're keeping an eye on the battles out there on track. That's the number 2. That's Drive Dead Racing. They have been on pit road. The car in front of them as well, which is the German simracing.de car, they have also been on pit road as well. So a couple of cars that have had pit stops in this race out there together on track at the moment, Justin. They're battling it out on track, and I could tell you as well, further up in your GT4 field, there's also a battle for 3rd place between Altitude Esports and Team Chimera as well. So plenty of action to look at in this race here today.
Some excitement across the field, to say the very least, right now, and it's been a great job by all these competitors to be able to keep themselves moving forward for a great cause, first of all. But second, when it comes to this fight, keep in mind that 2 machine had already had a near close situation, is trying to gain some valuable time. They were able to pick up some time to pit stops, 1 lap difference on their stints, and are able to utilize that right now to help them at the moment. And it's looking like they are really hitting their marks and stride strong, with Michael Janney behind the wheel, trying to fall within that slipstream, try and get himself a little bit closer. They do have a bit of traffic ahead he might be able to utilize.
So we have got pit stops ongoing as well in your Cadillac CTS category. They are on pit road. A few of those drivers have been down to get fuel and tyres, and there's only one of those Cadillacs yet to come onto pit road, so they're going through their pit stop cycle. But we are past the hour, with total race $42,849.93 as we're going to get another donation coming in as well. And we'll get that name up as a thank you just momentarily. You'll see that in the bottom left-hand corner of the screen. Don't forget, you can donate. There's plenty of ways to donate. You'll see details on the YouTube in the description if you're on there, or on Twitch. And thank you very much to our back of house team here for a production team bringing up the graphic for you as well. That's the ntlms.org/iRacing. So ntlms.org/iRacing. Let's raise some money. Let's raise a lot of money for the National MS Society and help people with the condition of multiple sclerosis to be able to help that charity support those people who have that illness. So as the drivers work their way through the TCR field, get yourself over to ntlms.org/iRacing to donate, and let's get those donations up to our target, up to our goal of $48,000 by the end of this race. That's under 3 hours, 2 hours 58 minutes remaining of this race here. So drivers heading out onto the oval through NASCAR's turns 1 and 2, and the final one of your Cadillac cars has come onto pit road, I can tell you from seeing it on my timing screen. Of course, the timing tower is there as well for you to keep up to date with everything that's happening in this race so far, so you can see those the gap to the leaders up on the left hand side of your screen as those TCR cars work their way around the MX-5, and Ignium heading into the chicane, the final chicane. The car behind, which is the Synergy Sim Racing car, trying to follow them. Now these TCRs, Connery, they do last a very long time on a tank of fuel, same as the MX-5 and the GT4s. They do last a long time on a tank.
Yeah, we'll have to see exactly how long, considering that for each year class this year, it's not going to be so much worrying about being able to hit the hour every hour, because every single class can do so. It's going to be about if you can save enough to be able to miss out a pit stop, if you can save enough to take the shortest stop out of everyone else in your class, that will benefit you a little bit later on in the race. So that's the sort of intriguing part of this sort of event, because in a lot of GT3 category races and GTE category races in particular, it's kind of a little bit boring on the strategy, because they're putting on the hour every hour, and there's not much intrigue with regards to exactly what times they're going to be coming down in. But in this, with all four classes, it's a little bit of a mixed bag of what the drivers and teams decide to do. So it's going to be a little bit more difficult for us to keep a track of here in the commentary booth. We'll do our best. But yeah, I'm really excited to see how this plays out, because this race has the potential to be much more of a strategic game than an on-track battle game.
And well, let's have a word then with Justin Prince.
Yes, indeed, and bring back Greg Hill, and I believe he's got something special to show us. Greg?
Hey there. Yeah, that's right. So we were talking about rain just a moment ago, and we figured, you know what? Although it's quite early in development and rough around the edges, hey, it's a great cause what we're doing here today. So let's load up the sim and show you guys kind of where we're at with it. And I thought that might be, or we thought that might be something fun to do here today. So if you guys are up for it, that is.
Oh, I was
You don't have
ready.
to ask twice.
Yeah.
Okay.
You're giving me the Twitter clips, Greg.
All right. Awesome. So yeah, like I mentioned before, this is like a really big project. It involves our artists, our engineers, but fundamentally, it's based on, well, as with all things in iRacing, authenticity. So the foundation of this weather system is our engineers have created a system where they're essentially pulling weather data from all around the world, local to all the racetracks around the world, to create a statistical model for each racetrack, each area of the world, all throughout the year. So if you're running realistic weather, and you're just letting the weather do its thing, you will get the weather to play back in an extremely realistic way. Everything that combines to create kind of the weather you're seeing, all the ingredients will be accurate and scientific and true to the real world. You also will have the ability not to do that, but you'll be able to design your own weather scenario using keyframes, essentially. So if you want to have a 24-hour race where it starts out wet and the first couple hours or first hour it's drying, you can do that. You can introduce some rain later on. You can really do anything you want. We want to give people the power to create the experience that they're looking for. So right now I'm going to load up one of our cars, the BMW M4 GT4 at Imola. And you guys can see a sneak peek.
I will say this, as somebody who uses the iRacing service myself and loves doing like the endurance events as well, I'm like a little kid in a sweet shop here, Greg. I really am. So thank you very much for this.
Oh, I'm happy to share, but do be kind. It is early, so we don't usually show stuff that's this early in development. But you know what? We'll make an exception today. All right, so we load in here. It's not going to appear wet from the get-go. Just one moment. Okay.
We're waiting with bated breath, Greg. So I'm guessing this is, just like you said, a setting the race administrators can just set up for their sessions. But is it going to be pre-planned like that? So the the administrators can say, okay, I want rain for like the first 2 hours and then dry the rest of the time, or is there going to be a random element as well that they can choose?
They can choose, yes. They can choose it to be based on the statistical model where there's kind of realistic factors and you don't really know what's going to happen, and you can blend that with key points where you do want to control what happens. So, okay, so you can see the water is starting to kind of, the dynamic track system for the water is starting to collect. Puddles are starting to form. You can see it's a little rough around the edges here where it blends between the racetrack and the grass. But the cool thing about this is because, yeah, and this is the unpolished stuff that typically we don't want people to see. That will be solved. But because our racetracks are laser scanned, right? And the surface that you all are driving on is derived from the laser scan, the surface is incredibly accurate. So as the rain falls, it will start to pool, and you can see it here near the curbings. It will start to pool in realistic places that it would pool in the real world. So all the puddle locations will be accurate based on the real tracks. However, and a real track, even though there might be a low spot where water pools, it won't necessarily stay that way because racetracks install drainage systems meant to deal with these problems, right?
Yeah.
So the next step is, and hopefully you can see these textures, we are designing a way in our tools, and I'm trying to find a texture that, here we go. So you can see this curbing texture has a drain right here. So we're designing a way in our tools to install drains all throughout the track based on their real locations in the laser scan data so that the water will appropriately drain, and you'll only get puddles in so many areas as there's not enough drainage or that the drainage is not enough to overcome the volume of rain, which is we're trying to get as realistic as possible here. So for example, with a texture like this, a drain like this one, here we go. You can see racetracks often have these long strip drains that follow the edge of the tracks. You might never see it in a TV broadcast, but they're all over the place. So we'll be able to tag this sort of thing, and not only tag it, but basically account for how much absorption it is capable of based on the structure of the drain. So this drain might not drain as much as another drain that has kind of a wider grate pattern, if that makes sense. So let's see. Here we go at the track again. For some reason my controller is not responding, but I do have...
While you set all this up here, what's been the most complicated part about this process?
The most complicated part about this process has definitely been, well, there's been two things. Graphically, it's been a challenge to actually get the race cars themselves to appear wet. Here's a glimpse at that, so you can see the raindrops. Any painters of iRacing might know how our paint templates are set up, right? So you've got the car and the different parts kind of flayed out flat, and one part might be rotated one way relative to another, or one part might be a different scale. So the challenge is we needed to get the raindrops to appear uniformly across the entire race car, not rotated, not scaled differently. So that was a big challenge on the rendering side. So they came up with a way to basically create a unique projected UV layout that's not associated with the UV layout of the car itself. On the sorry.
Yeah, I was going to say, and with those sort of new templates, I suppose, those new UV maps, the lighting looks a little bit different on that screenshot compared to what I'm used to for iRacing. Do you have any news on that?
Yes, so let me see. I have a couple screenshots that have... What you're seeing is we have this graphical technology called tone mapping. It's kind of a color correction post-processing effect that we're working on. It's not yet shipped, but it will be in the near future. So it kind of does color grading, and it tries to make the colors more accurate when they reach your monitor. And everything kind of pops more and it looks more realistic. So that's kind of another preview you're seeing here unintentionally, but you're welcome to see it. No, no problem. Another big factor with rain is reflections. So, of course, water is reflective, and right now we have cube maps, we have kind of basic reflective capabilities, especially on the cars. We have good reflective capabilities, but right now we don't have great reflective capabilities on the track. So you can see here this building reflecting down now on the track, this car reflecting down now on the track, and this is called screen space reflections, and it's really key for selling the accuracy of the visuals here.
That's just crazy. That looks like I know it's a very early alpha version, Greg, but this looks absolutely amazing already. I think you and your team should be very proud of what they've done, and we're certainly looking forward to it. You know, whenever it comes out, like you said, the plan is for the end of the year, but of course, you know, that can be a little bit later on. But at least for me, the main thing with regards to rain is how the cars drive on the racing surface as well. So it's not only going to be, you know, in the real world, it's not only reduced grip, for example, and standing water. It's also the interaction with the water, with the rubber that's been laid down on circuit as well. I know you guys have made a lot of progress with regards to dirt on that very topic with a changing surface. Is that something that's also going to be? Is that also going to be a thing to be considered when in this particular rain model on road racing, where, for example, a rubbered-in line would be a little bit more slippy than it would be usually?
Absolutely, yes. So physically, the water will be just as dynamic and impactful to the physics of your car and the tires as any other system. So if you can see the screenshot here, we're taking all of the tires for cars where this makes sense, where it's applicable, and we're creating treaded tires for them. So those treaded tires, now we're creating a tire model where the water will actually physically channel through the treads of the tires accurately and physically, and coming up with new formulas and calculations to be able to do that. So basically the contact patch that you ultimately are driving on will be accurate. Also, the tires can be, cooled by the water. If you drive through a wet place, basically the heat will be somewhat dissipated throughout the surface, more so than if the rain weren't there. One other cool thing, unrelated, but well, somewhat related, is our rain will not be global. So it's not like it will be raining or it won't be raining. And this is one of the really cool things that we saw when we were at the Nürburgring, walking the track, taking photos, is that it was raining on one section of the track, and we called our team on the other section of the track, and it was sunny and beautiful. So we're actually simulating clouds that will kind of come in, and the rain will be underneath them. It won't just be raining. So you can have different experiences in different areas of the track if the track's big enough, or even if it's small.
I just want to quickly jump in just to say that if people are liking what they're seeing, and remember, this is an early build of this. This is by far not the finished product here. But if you are wondering about, well, I need to get a piece of this action, heading over to iRacing.com today. If you are a new member, if you're signing up for the first time as a new member, there are 40% discounts on memberships. Rain isn't here yet, but it is coming. And if you want to be here for when it does come in, then make sure you head on over iRacing.com, sign up for a new membership, 40% off at the moment. Sorry, I just want to point that out, Greg. You know, people can sign up and be used to driving on the simulator before rain gets introduced, because of course rain will bring an entirely different element to the simulator, and basically everyone will be going from a base. You know, nobody will have experience of it.
Absolutely, it'll be a whole nother experience. It will add a new dynamic to the races, depending on how you want to experience it. It's going to be incredible. We're really looking forward to it.
Now, Greg, one thing, because, well, I'm getting a bit greedy now. I know we're raising a lot of money for the National MS Society here. do you have any sort of, and this is going to be cheeky now, any sort of in-sim sort of video of showing off the rain, or is there any way of sort of demonstrating this to people here?
We can try again. Let's see. My controller was not working, so I went to the still shots. But let's try again.
Let's get a bit of mouse steering in there, Greg.
There you go. Actually, we could do that. So,
I mean, one thing that I did notice with the picture of the Michelin rain tires that you showed us earlier, that I presume is a render from in the simulator of the actual rain tire.
that is our artwork. Although it's rendered, that particular image was rendered in 3D Studio Max, but this is our artwork. So yes.
So there you go. We're getting to see a lot of things here. I'm loving this. I mean, myself and Connery are almost geeking out to this, I must say. So this is incredible.
I am too.
I think honestly though, like,
can I just say? I just want to say quickly, first of all, we are past $43,000, and thank you so much to Daniel Dumont, who has donated $300 just now. So thank you so much for donating that to the cause. Sorry, Connery, I interrupted you.
I was just gonna say, this, like I said, we're all very, very hyped and excited with what's to come. I gotta say though, not even about the rain or about any of the new surface model stuff. I think we should do more things like this, just to see like more technical insight into how iRacing is built and how you guys do things, because I think that will teach people a lot better with regards to how much work actually goes into something like this. Because you see people sitting there on social media and on forums saying, oh, when is X, Y, and Z coming out? It's been a very long time since they said anything. This is why, because they want to get all of the details in and all of these small little things that some people don't even think about modeled accurately, and I think that's amazing.
Absolutely. It takes a lot of time to do things right, and sometimes we do things a bit excessively to a fault, but we hope that the end result is worth it. So here you can see I just turned on rain, and you can see the water. Hopefully it comes through on the zoom.
Yeah, we can see that.
Great. So, all right, here we're driving. So we don't have the windshield wipers hooked up yet. Obviously, that's a very important component of this, but you can see that the water kind of moves with the movement of the car and the velocity of what's going on here. Here, I'll try to drive. This is always hard driving from other cameras. Here. There you go. So you can see the rain on the car, the puddles there. So these are the puddles that collect oftentimes near the edges of the track, and that's often where they have to install their drainage systems.
I noticed a lot of people saying in our chat, saying, "Is there?" I was going to say I rudely interrupted Justin there. If he had a question, I'll let him do that first.
I was going to ask, what's been the most fun part about this project? Have you tried to, dance in puddles, spray a hose? Like, what have you done? How fun has it been to try and set up this project, especially since it looks absolutely stunning, to say the very least?
Yeah, it does. The most fun, I guess, just figuring out physically how the water should move around on the track and how we're going to represent that accurately, because that's one of the most critical things. Of course, the tires are essential, but the racetrack and the dynamics of it, and what I was talking about before with making sure we have the right drainage and all the different surfaces have the right absorption based on what they're physically made out of. I know it sounds kind of geeky, but that kind of stuff is really cool and interesting, and we dig that.
So I'm seeing a lot of mention in the chat of people thinking what the sort of weather forecasting is going to be like. I don't know if you can speak on this now or if that's going to be a later thing, but people have been saying, will we have an idea what the general conditions of the race are going to be like? And do we get any indication in the sim of about any potential weather changes that might happen, like a weather radar that might not be entirely accurate because you want that unknown element in there, but is there sort of a way the drivers can tell sort of an idea of what's going to be happening with the weather during the race?
Yes, so that is part of the plan. So as in the real world, when you're racing, I mean, you're not racing blind. Your crew chief, your team are keeping you informed of what's going on. We'll have the same. So we have, of course, our automated crew chief and spotter. We'll be working on that system, and there might be some UI interfaces as well for you to see what's coming up. This is all in our design, but this is not something that we've gotten very far with yet, and we'll be working on in the coming months. Here you can see it's raining inside my car, so ignore that. That won't happen in the final product.
Close the window, Greg.
Yeah. Well, Greg, we thank you so much for giving us this incredible insight into the development of the rain technology, and also some of the challenges that you guys have had as well with that as well. Of course, it's not finished yet. That is all early access. It's not the finished product. It's worth pointing out again. So, but thank you so much for spending the time with us, Greg. I really do appreciate you taking this time out of your day to show us that.
Absolutely, I'm happy to share it, and what a great cause this race has been. I'm very happy to be a part of it. So, good job, guys.
Well, thank you very much, Greg, and enjoy the rest of your Saturday. We are, of course, racing 4 hours of it's the 4 hours of Charlotte in benefiting the National MS Society. Sorry, I'm getting a bit sort of flustered a little bit there with that. And well, it is the 4 hours of Charlotte benefiting National MS Society, and we are bringing you this event to raise money for the National MS Society. So far, we have raised $43,421.93. If somebody could, with their donation, add on an extra, 7 cents onto that donation, that would really help my OCD right now to get that to a nice round figure. So thank you very much, everybody who has donated so far. You can still carry on donating. We want to raise, our target is $48,000 by the end of this event. But my name is Paul Smith. I'm joined here on commentary by Connery Maddock and Justin Prince. And, well, what a tremendous race it's been so far. We're coming up to the 90-minute mark of this race here, and it's Blue Chew Americas who lead this one in the CTS category. They are in first place in the number 7 car. Trek Esports, who were the leaders early on, they have fallen down to second place now. They are about 8 seconds behind them, with Wannabe SRT Black in third in your Cadillac CTS class. In GT4, it's German SimRacing.de in first place for them, ahead of Undercut Racing Team Blue, and Drive Dead Racing are in third place in GT4. In your TCR category, it is the United Sim Sports Team Valvoline who will lead that one, ahead of Sim Racing Channel in second place. Third place for Marshmallow Racing for DMSG, and then last but by no means least, the MX5 category is Movano Sim Racing Every Eye in first place, with Kerchuchu Inc. in second place, and then Hugh Jass in third place. Of course, if you do want to join us here on iRacing, log on to iRacing.com. If you've been enjoying what you've been seeing so far and thinking you'd love to take part in something like this in the future, get yourself over to iRacing.com today. And if you are going to sign up for a new membership, there is currently a 40% discount on all new memberships. So head on over iRacing.com, start your iRacing career. You could end up racing against people like myself, and well, you never know. You might end up beating me. It's very likely to beat me because I'm not very good, but I still try and I still enjoy it. It's a brilliant service. It's a great sense of community, and this is what the community is doing. They're coming together here, Connery, to raise a lot of money, and thank you whoever that was that just donated $1.07, because it's now $43,923.
Yeah, that's great stuff. But I'm still trying to come down after hearing about all the rain stuff with Greg. So I'm just sort of getting my heart rate down at the moment. And it's just an absolutely fantastic thing that's coming to iRacing. And thank you everyone for donating so much money already. That's marched towards that $48,000. But well, we're going to have to go for a little bit of iRacing at full throttle. We'll be back in a bit.
Well, hello everybody, welcome back to live coverage of the 4 Hours of Charlotte benefiting the National MS Society here on iRacing. And welcome along, especially to those of you joining us on Twitch. My name is Paul Smith. Alongside me in the commentary booth is Connery Maddock and Justin Prince. We are bringing you live coverage of this 4-hour race, and we are here to raise money for such a sensational charity as the National MS Society. And we're currently, as you can see in the bottom left-hand side of your screen, at $43,973 right now raised, and that's wonderful. Our target is $48,000, so if you can, please do head on over to ntlms.org/iRacing. Let's raise a lot of money. Let's reach that target by the end of this 4-hour race. We've got 2 hours and 25 minutes remaining of this race, so let's get to that target at ntlms.org/iRacing. You'll find all the details about the event on there, why we're raising money for the National MS Society, so do head on over to that. Now, these are the current standings at the moment in your Cadillac CTS standings at the moment. It is Blue Chew America's GT3 who are leading this one by 3.2 seconds over Trek Esports. Trek Esports have been closing that gap in this last hour. Wannabe SRT Black are in third place, with Wave Geodesic Racing fourth, PSRC Critical fifth, with Litra Cola Racing in sixth place. Scuderia Chicken House in 7th, with Team Chris Verstappen in 8th place. Simtech Motorsport by Polaroid 3D in 9th. And Three of a Kind, a team that we're keeping a close eye on, in 10th place. In your GT4, the current standings are Undercut Racing Team Blue. They're only just leading that one, by the way, over German SimRacing.de in 2nd place. Drive Dead Racing 3rd ahead of SimRC, the number 76 car, in 4th place. Full Send Racing then behind them in 5th, with Team Chimera only just battling away for that 5th place down there 6th. Altitude Esports 7th place in the standings, with Forerunner Motorsports. Full Send Racing their number 6 car, and Team Mad rounding out the 10 in your GT4s. TCR, the Audi car at Sim Racing Channel, who are leading that one by over 12 seconds ahead of Marshmallow Racing for DMSG. United Sim Sports Team Valvoline, they did lead earlier on, but they've dropped down to 3rd place now, with Scuderia Chicken House in 4th. Drop Bear Motorsport, Sam Blacklock Media 5th place, with Delta V Racing White in 6th. Ignium Motorsport 7th ahead of Synergy Sim Racing in 8th. Element Sim Racing 9th, and Full Send Racing out of the race in 10th place. And then in your Mazda MX-5 class, there's 6 cars in this one, and it's currently the Movano Sim Racing Every Eye car who lead this one by 8.7 seconds ahead of Kerchuchu Inc. car with Casey Kerwin behind the wheel in 2nd place. Hugh Jass in 3rd place, with Conelf by RSR Esports in 4th place. TurboBricks.com Racing in 5th, and Ava Vivatic Dirk rounding out the 6 cars in your MX-5 category. As I say, we're raising money for the National MS Society here today, so do donate what you can to this charity. It's a wonderful cause, and multiple sclerosis is something that affects many people throughout the world. I know personally, myself, I actually have a member of staff that I work with on my team at my day job. She has multiple sclerosis, so it is a course that is close to my heart, is this one. And, well, we're going to have to stop the waffling from myself, head on over to Connery, who's got a very special guest.
Well, I am standing by with Chad Knaus, one of the most, if not the most famous crew chief to come out of NASCAR, especially over the recent couple of decades. Chad, you know, how's the race been going so far? I know you had a little bit of a small problem there on your stint of the race, but you guys are still out there, still getting those laps in. How's it going?
It's going great. Steve is really doing a fantastic job right now. His pace is great. He's actually getting faster as it goes. He's put down a very good, consistent series of laps here out of the last 10 laps. I'm really proud of him. Unfortunately, I sustained a little bit of damage and spun out through the backstretch trial or backstretch chicane. Decided to come to pit road, and then we just had a problem with our fast repair and had a technical difficulty at that point. But so we're a couple laps down. But it's been a lot of fun. We've raised a tremendous amount of money so far. I think we're up to $44,000 for the MS Society, which is just tremendous. And I just can't believe all the support and attention that we've gotten to this right now. It's really a lot of fun being on iRacing and being broadcast here on Twitch.
Yeah, we've got a whole ton of viewers on Twitch. Thank you very much for the viewers tuning in from the Twitch front page. Thank you very much to Twitch for putting us on the front page. That is fantastic stuff. But back to you, Chad. How did you get yourself involved in the MS Society? What sort of spurred you on to really sort of support an event like this?
Yeah, a very, very good, close dear friend of mine, Meredith Jaggard, who is out on the West Coast right now. She was diagnosed a couple of years ago, and when you get somebody that's close to you and you see them go through that illness, and it really breaks your heart, to be honest with you. It's hard to see. It's hard to see somebody that you love and care for go through that. Well, at about the same time, her twin sister started to work for the MS Society, Jennifer Jones, who's one of my best friends, and she came up with the idea because she knew that I enjoyed iRacing. Not that I never said that I was good at it. I said I enjoyed it. And she's like, man, I wonder if we could get something going. So I reached out to our buddy Steve Myers at iRacing, and he got us in touch with the right folks, and her and Greg have just ran with this thing along with all of you folks, and it's just turned into a tremendous event that we're really proud of right now. Halfway through this race just about, and it's just spectacular. It's a lot of activity, a lot of fun.
Yeah, it's been a whole bunch of fun for us as well. Seeing the racing, seeing some sneak peeks in regards to our racing features and some such. But we've currently raised almost $44,000.
Wow.
Our original goal, of course, was $25,000. Our extended goal now is $48,000. But is that more than you could have ever imagined?
It really is. I didn't know exactly how this was going to work out. Obviously, everybody at iRacing put a tremendous amount of effort into this to get it organized and put out there with advertisement. And Steve has been so gracious with his engagement, taking questions and comments from folks and answering them online. I can't believe the response that we've gotten. And hopefully this is all going to help everybody get a little bit better, because there's so many folks out there that are affected with this illness. And I think if anybody out there knows people that are living with MS, it's a difficult thing to watch. So if we can help people just a little bit with the amount of money we're raising today, it's definitely going to be worth the time and the effort.
Yeah, it certainly feels that way. We are very proud here, both in the commentary booth and, of course, the rest of the iRacing production team, the rest of the iRacing staff are all super amazed at how much progress that we've made, at least in terms of the nations. It's going to a very, very worthy cause indeed. But we do have to get back to the racing, though, Chad. Of course, you're most famous for being a crew chief in NASCAR, oval racing. Road racing's a little bit different. So just take me through how you've been adapting to that.
Not very well. My man, Nick Ottinger, who I just got to throw a huge thank you to. He's been our team captain for Steve and I and really worked on the setup of the race car. He qualified great. He had a little glitch right there in qualifying. Otherwise, I believe he'd have been on the pole. And Nick has been a huge supporter of this initiative. So Nick and William Byron E-Racing, really great. Nick has been on late nights. I've been working all day. I come home, I'm putting the kids to bed, I'm hopping on, trying to run some practice laps till about 10:30 at night. Nick's been there every single night trying to coach me along the way. So he's a great guy and a fantastic racer. So, man, I can't wait to get him back in the car so we can see how fast this Cadillac will really go.
He wouldn't mind if you find some way to get him in a real car as well, but I'll forever remain his advocate, and many of the other Coke drivers' advocates with regards to getting them further in the real world as well. But thank you very much for joining us, Chad. It's a pleasure, having your support and seeing you out there on circuit as well. Best of luck for the rest of the race.
Thanks, man. I appreciate it, and hopefully we keep this thing going. Maybe we'll come back and make this an annual event. That'd be a lot of fun.
Yeah, I would certainly be up for it. But we do have to throw it back to the booth. And Paul, that was the chat with Chad Knaus.
There we are. Thank you very much to Chad Knaus for taking the time to speak to us there. Always good to hear from him. And, well, we're seeing Steve Myers then we've got to be careful how we discuss Steve's driving out there because he is one of the bosses. So we'll be keeping an eye on him and being polite. But thank you to everyone who has been donating and everyone who's joining on the Twitch homepage as well. Thank you for taking your time to watch this, and please do donate to this amazing cause. We've got the total raised, and we are past now $44,000. So that is tremendous to see. We've got 2 hours 15 minutes remaining of this race. Our goal is to try and reach $48,000 by the end of the stream. Of course, if you do donate, the graphic at the bottom will say give you a little thank you as well when you do donate. So make sure you do put your name down if you wish. You can keep your donations anonymous, but yeah, do make sure you, if you're happy to, let us know who you are, and so we could thank you for your donations. Now, we've had an instant out there for Ignium in your TCR category. They were further up your standings right until that incident there, and then furthermore, bang, contact into the tyre wall. They won't have had the most damage done to the car there, Justin, but still, that's dropped them down the order in your TCRs.
Yeah, very bad spot to be spun around at, because it takes a little bit to be able to get yourself back going in that section, get yourself turned around without making contact or coming across the racetrack. So it's a very difficult spot as well to make a move on traffic. Just a tough break for them, and it's, I think, based on what we've seen from them though, in some of the bumps and bruises they've seen throughout the race, they will be able to recover.
Well, Trek Esports have found themselves back to the head of your standings here. Did drop down to second for a while, having been overtaken by the Blue Chew Americas car, but they've now got back past the 1.92 seconds, call it, ahead, and they're just looking to now try and pull away there. But of course, this race, because it is a charity event, we've got a mixture of cars here. So we've got the Cadillac CTS here that we're seeing on screen. It's great to see this car in one of our iRacing special events. It is a car that you can drive on iRacing when you get a membership. So if you are not a member of iRacing already, make sure you go on over iRacing.com. There's currently a 40% discount for brand new membership, so do head on over there and take advantage of that tremendous deal. But now, well, we're going through the banking, and we are going triple box here. I feel like Scott Hansen right now, as we've got the TCR battle for 5th place in at the top screen. We've got your race leader bottom left, and we've also got the GT4 leader bottom right of the screen. So that battle in TCR, it's currently between let's see, for 5th place you're looking at it is Ignium Motorsports are in 5th at the moment, and they're under pressure from Marshmallow Racing behind here, and Connery's joined us back in the commentary booth. Tremendous excitement throughout this race. It's been not been much of a race of attrition. We've only got 3 retirements so far, but then again, you wouldn't expect that when the drivers get unlimited fast repairs on their cars.
Yeah, so you got a whole bunch of chances to get back out there and race to your heart's content. But you can see at least the top battle there, with the number 26 of Young there, in the battle for 5th. Excuse me, there, just sort of raging on a little bit here. It's getting a little bit spicy between those cars involved at the moment. Ignium Motorsports ahead of Marshmallow Racing for DMSG there at the moment. Marshmallow looking down the inside of the bus stop, but not going to commit to the move just yet. An interesting thing on the strategies, in fact, here. I am completely unsure with regards to what the state of play is regarding Cadillacs, because they've been able to be doing, 44 laps. So, well, I've seen a maximum 45 laps on a stint for the Cadillacs, and now they're coming up towards the very tail end of their pit stop window again now. I have to wonder if they actually can make the hour mark here, because sometimes, because that first stint, the first stops, we're pretty close. So it might get a little bit concerning at some point in the future here for Cadillacs if they're going to have to make a splash and dash.
Absolutely. 3 classes of cars in the top screen there, all trying to work their way past each other. So you got the Cadillac at the head of that, and then look at this. That's a tremendous run for the 305 then of Marshmallow Racing down the inside of Ignium. Can they make that move stick? It's not a traditional overtaking opportunity around here. And they've just squeezed past. So Chalk Marshmallow Racing up a position here. Sean Campbell behind the wheel, and Chris Young for Ignium Motorsport right behind is currently racing along. Of course, this is an iRacing special event. Before this event took place, any member of iRacing could have potentially taken part in this race, including rookie class drivers. So it was a tremendous, it's a tremendous opportunity to raise some money for charity, but also a tremendous way of getting everyone in the iRacing community involved in this one. And I do want to say thank you to Sally Jordan, June, and New Baby Moore for their donation that's going to come up on screen. $250. There you see it. Thank you so much for the donation there, and with a new baby as well there, Justin. And cash isn't always the most high-flowing thing, so great to see them donating so much to this cause.
It's great to see all the support for the cause, to say the very least, and it has continued to flood on in because MS touches a lot of people. You both talked about how it's affected those. We've had many who are taking part affected by those, and seeing in preparation for this action, so many different teams from all types of disciplines saying, this is a great cause to be able to take part in. I'm going to bring a car to this racetrack. So it has brought a lot of people that normally wouldn't drive on a road course, even in some cases on the iRacing service, to an opportunity to where they can raise funds for a great cause. And it's all coming into play, absolutely. And we've seen some great organizations come out and take part, as well as some drivers as well that we've talked about that are very noteworthy, also wanting to compete. So it's great to see all the support and all these drivers taking part in this event.
Well, I mean, Connery, we look at some of the names of the teams that we see in either usually in the top split of special events, or in some of the more prominent private leagues that are run on iRacing. And you look at some of those teams that are taking part in this event. SimRC, you've got Altitude Esports, Team Chimera, Full Send, all these types of names. And Roman Grosjean's team as well, the R8G, unfortunately had their incident onto pit road and a further incident later on. You know, Ava Vivatic, these are teams that are big sim racing teams and communities that are, that's a unique way to lap cars down on the bottom, although I think they're heading onto pit road. Yes, they are. So the Cadillac onto pit road there. I thought I was being a little bit cheeky with the use of the apron there. But you're seeing all these larger outfits, these larger teams taking part in this. But it's also a tremendous opportunity for those who maybe don't take part or get to race these bigger teams to be in the same track as these outfits, Connery.
Yeah, I think that's the important thing for sure, because sometimes you don't know exactly where you stack up in relation to pretty much everyone else. You know, sometimes those top teams, like the likes of, well, even teams that aren't in this race, like Coanda or Red Bull Racing Esports or Redline or whatever, they seem so far off. But when you get into a race like this, where you have, you know, some other very, very competent teams, like you said, in the sort of higher up leagues on iRacing, like SimRC, Chimera, Full Send, it gives you a bit of a better baseline to go chasing for, and you may be able to learn some things from those teams as well with their lines and how they treat certain amounts of traffic.
Justin, why don't you take it away with our in-race correspondent, Casey Kerwin? Take it away.
Yes, indeed. A very interesting car that's having some very strong pace. How is the Kerchuchu car, Casey?
We're rolling good right now. We got off to a good start. We've been mostly clean. It's a little chaotic with how much faster all the other cars are. It's alarming sometimes, but yeah, thankfully we've been clean so far, and hopefully we can keep it that way.
What have been some of the challenges when it comes to this racetrack, trying to be able to flow your way around the Charlotte Roval?
Especially in this thing, it's you got to keep momentum up. A lot of these corners are kind of medium speed, so making sure you get a nice straight exit and don't scrub speed is big. And then also just with traffic is a big thing. In the first run when I was racing the P2 car, I think there's still P2, but a lot of it, traffic's so difficult with how, when cars are there and try not to lose time. It's pretty tricky. So, yeah, it's a challenge for sure, but it's a good time.
Definitely looks like a good time, especially with some of these cars flying on by at rapid pace with some of the traffic here. Of course, a great cause you're taking part in for today. Your thoughts on taking part in an event such as this to be able to raise funds for such a great cause?
Yeah, it's awesome. I mean, I knew about the event a while ago, but I kind of forgot about it until this week. It got brought up, and then I saw, how much money, especially Steve and Nick and Chad were raising. And, Roval's one of my favorite tracks, and it had the Mazda as an option, so I figured I'd jump in and try and do my part a little bit. And, yeah, it's awesome to do a race like this for such a good cause.
Absolutely. And of course, with streaming, you also have the opportunity for fans to follow along with you. How is that aspect with streaming?
Yeah, it's awesome, especially with on the Coke side of things in the Coke series, having everyone every week cheering me on, and it's nice to have that support. And anything I do, obviously I have a lot of the same names here today watching, so it's really cool to see the same people always pulling for you no matter what you're doing, and it's nice to have a community like that.
Thank you very much for your time, Casey. What you deal with the cars flying by, because they're flying by quickly.
Yes,
with
indeed.
some of this traffic.
Yes, thank you.
Well, thank you very much for the interview there, Justin, and for Casey Kerwin to join us whilst they were going on. We've got the battle here for TCR that's ongoing. You can see how close it is on screen there. We have got Drop Bear Motorsport, Sam Blacklock, and also Sim Racing Channel battling out, duking it out on track at such high speed as well, side by side. If you are watching on the Twitch homepage, please, we do encourage you to stick around and also to donate as well to this cause. It's a tremendous cause. We want to reach $48,000 is our goal for today. So far we've got $44,480. Heading on over to ntlms.org/iRacing. That's ntlms.org/iRacing to donate towards this tremendous cause. And if you've interested in iRacing and thinking, wow, this looks good, I want to get involved, head on over iRacing.com today. There is currently a 40% off for all new members, so do check that out. It's a tremendous service, and one that I certainly enjoy participating on as well. So you never know, you might end up racing against some of these drivers that you're seeing on screen right now. iRacing.com, start your iRacing career 40% off all new memberships right now. So head on over there and come and join us on this tremendous service. But this race has been sensational so far here, Connery. We've been seeing tremendous battling all the way through. I thought we were going to have maybe a few little lulls in the race, but that's not been the case around this circuit.
It hasn't. Everyone has been able to keep themselves in contention, and that's all that we ask here. We did have a couple of Cadillacs actually come down on towards the pit lane, which is a little early if you're wanting to make it on the hour every hour. So that starts to become a big concern for Cadillacs. A few of them might be able to get themselves across the hour mark and be able to just do that one single stop to the end, namely Simtech Motorsports might be able to Team Chris Verstappen, not Team Chris Verstappen, excuse me, the leader of Cola Racing at the very, very top in the number 64 car. They could potentially get to the end or one more stop as well. But it seems like some of the other teams a little bit further down miscalculated things a little bit as far as fuel mileage is concerned, but we'll have to keep the track of the progress there, and I'm actively working on trying to work out what the strategy is for the other three classes.
the 268 that we just saw there, Drop Bear Motorsport, they just brushed the wall then on the exit of turn number 1. So make sure you do stick around with us, because this is a tremendous event. Let's carry on raising money. We want to reach $48,000 by the end of this race, but let's give you a little bit of full throttle action. Well, there you go. That was some full throttle action for you then. Getting to hear the sights and sounds of this 4 hours of Charlotte in benefiting the National MS Society. Personally, I think that the Cadillac sounds the best myself. You know, big V8 engine. What's not to like about that one? But we have got an hour and just under an hour and 51 minutes remaining of this race, and we have raised $44,579. We need to raise more. The target is $48,000 is what we want to raise by the end of this race. Here's the 555 having issues down at the chicane, nearly saved it, but then it just snapped back, and wannabe SRT Black there, Justin, having those issues, but able to carry on going.
Flying like a bee over those curbs, not the way they wanted to, of course, but able to keep the car out of trouble once they got back going too, able to avoid any damage. That's the major thing as they look to buzz their way around this racetrack.
Dear me. As we come on around towards an hour and 50 remaining, yeah, let's not forget that we are having a fun time here, because it has been a really good race so far. We're past the halfway point of this race, and right now I think at this point things have finally settled down to a degree here in this one. So drivers are just in that flow of things, in the swing of things, just worried about hitting their marks, getting the timings right, getting the braking right, and just making it to the end of this race, because it is a brutal track here, Connor. You make one little mistake here and it costs you a ton of time, because you usually find a concrete wall in your way.
Yeah, you do, and it's you can treat the middle sector of this in some places a little bit like a street circuit. You know, you don't have much runoff through the first portion of that middle sector, so you do have to be very careful with the walls. But you know, the closer you get, the faster you go, and that's just the trade-off that you'll have to think about as a driver here. But watching this race go on, we are, of course, you know, well within inside the second half of the race now. There's the battle for fourth out there in the Cadillac class, which is the highest class here today. P5 there at the moment for Blue Chew America's GT3, with Jordan Lacey behind the wheel of the number 7, trying to chase down that Wave geodesic racing car in the number 8. Currently 4th place on track, and well, that's a decent recovery considering how their race started.
Yeah, well, I'm going to say this is a bit of a recovery drive for Blue Chew as well, because they have led at times in this race. And I can tell you, they've actually had an extra pit stop, so they've had to take a stop for repairs out there at some point. So, of course, those repairs do get done almost instantaneously and for free in this event, so you don't have to pay any penalty for that. And that's a change of position then, up into 4th place then for that Blue Chew America's car. And well, they go through the chicane, back up to speed. We're on board then with that Wave geodesic racing car. Nathan Parkinson that we're with right now, he's your driver, and it's Jordan Lacey who made his way past up into that 4th place. We are still raising money. Thank you very much to Kishan, the $5. And yeah, we're keeping an eye on those donations as they creep on up further and further. As I keep on mentioning this one, it is a great cause. We do thank each and every one of you who have donated so far. If you're waiting to, you know, thinking, well, okay, well, I'd like something, you know, possibly my way, you know, there are a couple of incentives for people to donate as well here in this race, because as there's Casey Kerwin in front right now, who we spoke to earlier on with that unique rear bumper, as Justin pointed out earlier on in the broadcast there. But it's worth pointing out there are a couple of incentives out there for people to get themselves in a donation in. So, like, for example, $40, and there's only 19 of these available, there's an iRacing trucker hat available. So if you donate $40, then you could be in for getting a trucker's hat. There are a few other incentives as well that I'm sure that we'll be able to keep you abreast of and as well. But yeah, certainly there's the view of Casey Kerwin's paint with that team. The leading MX-5, it's worth pointing out, the Kerchuchu Inc. car, the number 14, and Casey Kerwin behind the wheel. And yeah, I mean, that's not distracting at all, Justin, when you're coming up behind that car.
No, it's not at all. It's not intimidating at all to look into the eyes and the soul of that race car. And it's definitely a sight to behold. As I said, this car is special. Very special.
I would want to run into the back of that car deliberately because of that face.
Wow, aggressive.
Okay, I gotta put a disclaimer out there. Of course, everyone has to follow the iRacing sporting code in all iRacing special events. I'm not condoning any actions that would be untoward, but I would crash into the back of that car. Yes.
Yep.
Kerchoo.
Yep. Yeah, indeed. So, and this is people getting into the spirit of the event here as we keep on. I have a funny feeling this is Alex Horn who's in charge of this camera view right now, giving us a really in-depth look at the back of that car. As well, we've got one of your Cadillacs just working their way past some GT4 traffic. Worth pointing out, the three-of-a-kind car, Chad Knaus, has actually been slowly moving back through the field. They're still in 8th place in class, but they are working their way through the GT4 field, so they will eventually get themselves in front of them. But Chad doing a good job to say, you know, he is just relatively inexperienced on the road side of things when it comes to iRacing, especially. He's doing a superb job out there.
He's been getting better and better, and as he talked about that damage earlier that affected his first stint in the car. This second stint onward, though, he's been consistently keeping his marks. He's also been playing things fairly smart when it comes to, okay, when do I go side by side with a car to try and move by the traffic? So he's been just calmly and patiently making his way around this racetrack, and he's also starting to really master his marks, I've noticed as well, because before he was getting acclimated with those lines, trying to figure, okay, how low can I go? How can I go on the rumble strips? He's been able to find those exact margins now, and it's been getting stronger and stronger for Chad in this car.
Yeah, certainly doing a tremendous job out there, and it's good to see him getting better and better as he goes along. So we were mentioning about the incentives for people to donate to this event, and well, there are some special incentives. So you see right there, the top one, VIP tour of Hendrick Motorsports and Heritage Centre, which is for a maximum of 4 people in the group. I mean, granted, that will cost you $1,000, but what an opportunity it is. So $1,000, that gets you the opportunity of doing that. The William Byron Esports prize pack. So that one, the hat will be signed by William and Nick, and that will be $60. So do donate and get yourself one of those William Byron Esports prize packs as well. We've also got the Hendrick Motorsport hat signed by Chad Knaus as well, which you see on the image there on the bottom of that image there. So that one, the purchase is a donation, so you must donate to this. But the Hendrick Motorsports hat signed by Chad Knaus, there's only 3 of those available. They are $75. So if you want one of those hats, you've got to be quick. $75 and you can get that signed hat out there. There is also an autographed William First Cup Series win t-shirt and die cast, which is the top image on that screen right there. It's on the middle of the screen there. So that one, that will cost you $150. Well, that, so $150. And then we have got a very special possible one as well, an incentive, a date with Nick Ottinger. How's that for, I mean, if that doesn't entice you to donate, I don't know what will, because, you know, getting on a date with Nick, I mean, that's the hot ticket. Everyone wants that, don't they, Connery?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I would. Like, that's just all I'm saying, to be honest.
Well, to donate, you can head on over to ntlms.org/iRacing. Please do donate to this wonderful cause. We've got those incentives there as well. You know, there's things that are available to people. So do head on over to that, and you can donate for those. And there's Nick. There's Nick on screen. Justin, take it away.
Nick, first things first, thank you for joining us. Interesting picture, of course, as well. But how are you guys feeling about that car, first of all?
I'm actually pretty happy about it. I think Chad is getting in a comfortable pace right now, and he's on his second stint. So, I mean, he looks a lot better than he did his first stint. And, you know, also, Steve put a heck of a fuel run together, you know, right before Chad got in. So it's you know, I'm having a lot of fun with this event. It's for a great cause. You know, we're trying to stop MS in its tracks, and we've raised a lot of money and all these incentives that we have with it. It's a great, hopefully annual process we can keep doing.
Absolutely, and was following along on social media from you. A lot of preparation over the past few weeks. What was that like, getting things sorted together with Chad and with Steve to prepare for this event and get together to run together as a group?
Yeah, I mean, well, Chad's obviously really busy with, you know, his, you know, at Hendrick Motorsports, spearheading a lot of businesses over there. And I mean, you have Steve Myers really busy all the time as well, spearheading a lot of stuff for iRacing and marketing side of just what content's coming and stuff like that. So, you know, luckily they had a lot of time they could actually allocate towards the last, I would say, 4 or 5 days, where we got on late at night around 7 to basically 10:30, just trying to improve on really just corner entries and just making sure they're in a comfortable pace, you know, making sure they're not too active with the wheel. And, you know, Chad and Steve done a tremendous job just improving each session, because I kept throwing a lot of different dynamic stuff to them, and, you know, they kept adapting pretty well. So it was pretty fun time with them, and, you know, they're doing an excellent job today.
How did it all come together from your perspective to have all you work together for an event such as this?
Well, Chad reached out. I mean, I had a good relationship with Chad from last year with William. So when I actually partnered with William Byron Esports last year, that's, you know, we had some communication back and forth, you know, with Chad, and that's where the original communication started, was just last year. And, you know, Chad's been getting a little more involved with iRacing, and I think him and Steve got together about this event. So, you know, it came together probably about a month and a half ago, and I was just asked to be, you know, involved in it. And, you know, I'm watching Chad right now. He's doing pretty good, keeping it consistent, and I can hear him. He's animated on the radio, so he's still pretty good.
That sounds very interesting, especially since Chad has been getting better and better in the car. Of course, eNASCAR, Coca-Cola iRacing Series competition coming up. You're heading towards a track. You've won it in the past, Watkins Glen International. Your thoughts on that race coming up in the next few days?
I'm excited for it. I mean, that's probably one of the best road courses I have on the service. I mean, it's not such a technical aspect. You kind of treat it like an intermediate track, but just in the opposite direction of turn and race. So you just pretty much focus on keeping your momentum. And, you know, for this event, you know, I've allocated a lot of time towards back and forth and testing Coke Series and keeping testing with Chad and them. So I really feel confident for Tuesday. I'm looking to get Logitech G, DSM back in victory lane, and just, I'm ready to get in victory lane, man. It's been too long this year.
Yeah, you've come close a couple times throughout the campaign as well. Some very exciting moments for you coming up, and as well throughout the day with this action today. Nick, thank you very much for the time once again.
I appreciate it, man. You guys buy that little, you know, fake old date as well, date incentive. I can't believe they put that picture in there as well.
What do you mean it's fake?
I'm just kidding. I'll do it. Y'all do it. I will do it. Whoever.
Well, you have to do it now.
I'll do it. You buy it, Justin. I will go wherever you want.
There you go, everybody. Get your bids in now and donate. Donate to the cause. You've heard it here first. Wow. Thank you very much. I do want to say thank you very much to the Kachu fan club for donating $50 as well in all of this. But there you go. There's the incentive that everybody wanted to hear here, Connery. You can get a date with Nick Ottinger.
They have to fight me for it, though. Come on.
Well,
I mean, if the picture doesn't entice you, what will? It was a perfect picture.
Well, we are going to be looking right now because we have got some battles on track. We mustn't forget about this. There is a race going on right now, and that's the battle between Wave Geodesic Racing with Nick Parkinson and then the Tim Chris Verstappen car in 5th place with, surprise, surprise, Chris Verstappen driving that one. Heading down to the final chicane, they've got an MX-5 right in front of them through the chicane. I think that is the Couture car as well. Casey Cohen working their way past right now onto the brakes. They both make it past. So these two are pretty close together out there on track. This is 4th place overall here, Connery. This is what we love to see when these fights break out. Good grief, that got a bit close.
It did get a little close, and they've been a little close on a couple of occasions already. As Chris Verstappen and Nathan Parkinson. So this is the Geodesic Racing car trying to defend from Christensen, who just has the just has his team name as his name. So it's just him. I wonder if he's a solo driver in this event. I don't think we have any driver fair share rules in effect for this one. So yeah, that's minimum drivers needed 1. So Chris could potentially, can indeed do this entire race all on his own. Let's see if see what sort of success he has with that. He started at P8, he's up into P5, so making some good progress already. Here is Chris Verstappen, but now looking for that extra position and over a geodesic car that has been a little sketchy.
Well, I do want to hold my hand up and say I do have a little bit of bias to one of the teams out there, whilst we keep an eye on this battle for 4th place, because I know, with you mentioning about the driver fair share, I know that there is at least one other team, which is Team Mad, with Miguel Freitas. He's driving this one by his own as well, the GT4 category. But this, well, they're getting caught up behind lap traffic, and this is where you've got to show that patience. And the gap isn't there through turns 3 and 4. Contact between the two of them. The 8's around. Able to keep it out the wall, though. That's crucial. Well, now, we saw some gentlemanly driving earlier on, and we saw positions being swapped back. Are we going to see that, or is that just going to be escape from the scene of the crime there, Justin?
We'll have to see, as I believe tempers may be flaring with that touch bit, but unfortunately for Parkinson, just the timing of that got a little bit earlier on the brakes compared to the car behind. Just that little tap cost him on the brake side. Somebody able to get by cleanly, and while he's lost time, he's still in a decent spot.
Well, as we head on through the chicane, there's the 3-of-a-kind car, by the way, on screen. They are currently in 8th place. Here's a replay of what happened here, Connery.
Yeah, let's take a look at it as, let's see, Chris diving down towards the inside, a little bit of a love tap to the back bumper of the Cadillac, maybe another little bit of a tap, and I think that second one was a little bit more egregious. That gap certainly wasn't going to open up for Verstappen on the inside there, so I would pin the blame on him, but as it turns out, we do not have any live race control in this, so they'll just have to sort it out as a gentleman's sort of situation. But yeah, for me, that was a little bit too over-optimistic to have done the inside there, not once but twice.
Well, we are 1 hour and 32 minutes remaining, and thank you very much to Wes the Mess, who went and donated $50 to take us past the $45,000 mark, which is a tremendous amount of money to have raised in this event so far. Our target is $48,000. So if we can raise $3,000 in the next 91.5 minutes, that would be absolutely tremendous to see. So make sure you get your donations in. I would love to see us reach that goal here today, because it is we've been saying all along what a tremendous cause it is here. So let's get those donations in. Let's give a big push now. Let's try and get to that target of $48,000. That would be tremendous to see. But what else is tremendous to see is the action that's been going on out there on track. I can tell you top 3 in the race so far. It's Trek Esports. They are leading this one now by 33 seconds over Lita Acola Racing in second place. Blue Chew Americas are in third place in your Cadillac CTS standings. In your GT4 standings, it is Undercut Racing Team Blue. They're leading their current category by about 36 seconds over Drive Dead Racing, with German Sim Racing .de in third place. In your TCRs, United Sim Sports Team Valvoline in first place ahead of Scuderia Chicken House, with Marshmallow Racing in third place. And then finally in your Mazda category, is it Kachuchu Inc. in first place ahead of Hujas Miata, and then TurboBricks.com Racing in third place in your standings in the Mazda MX-5 category. So those are the 4 categories. Connery is going to be speaking to Steve Myers.
Well, like you said here, Paul, I am with Steve Myers once again for another little bit of an interview segment with questions from the community. But before I get into them, Steve, how's your race been going so far? We have the light at the end of the tunnel.
Yeah, I mean, actually, I finished up, I think the only stint I'm doing, just did a full run. And I was thrilled. I did exactly what I hoped to do, as get in there and run 21s and 22s for the whole stint. And I didn't have any incidents, so mission accomplished from my perspective.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, we'll continue to track your progress throughout this race to see where you can get. But let's just have a look at our first question for this particular segment from Karu on Twitter, saying, are we going to get an LMDH or anything like it?
So we definitely have plans to build an LMDH. I think the prototype world this last few years, it's been so difficult to understand, what the direction it was going in. And I think we really wanted to take our time to make sure that we chose cars that were going to have some life to them, because we do have a tendency sometimes of, getting a car and within 2-3 years it's been retired, which is, frustrating for us as much as it is for our customers. So I think now that there's definitely a unified kind of format that with that LMDH, that's going to be utilized in North America and the rest of the world. I think we're really excited about that. And we've been speaking to some of our partners already about it. And we definitely have every intention of building one.
Well, there we go. Certainly looking forward to that one. Second question coming up here. Will be from Stephen on Twitter saying, what is the ETA on any multiplayer racing, but with AI?
Yeah, with this one, I was excited that somebody asked it because, I think we had intentions all along when we did the AI functionality that we wanted to be able to have it something that we could use in hosted racing. And it's funny, Greg Hill and I are great examples of a customer that would enjoy a feature like that. When we play, other games, we like doing like co-op and kind of, doing the missions and any type of multiplayer where we can play against the AI. It's fun to us, and I do it with my friends all the time. So it's something that we've been working on, and actually our intention is to ship it in September. So in the September build, we will have the ability for you to put up a hosted session with your friends and to fill out a field with AI drivers.
Yeah, that'll be a super cool feature for sure. Just try and compete in a season sort of like structure with your friends. That's going to be a pretty cool one to try and play around with. Another question though, from Ryan Tepestra from Twitter saying, what are the chances of Monaco ever getting added to iRacing?
So it's funny. The reason why I said yes to this question is because I think I had, prior to last year, really been down on street circuits, because I think, as a business, you look at those projects and you kind of, you want to maximize your dollars and trying to not only be efficient with your time and what we can get out and how many different customer bases we can touch with our content, but I think prior to last year, I was down on it because it was a lot to ask in a big project, and we don't necessarily get a great return on investing in projects like street circuits because they're so expensive to generate all the artwork. And so I think, I'll admit, I never really wanted to finish Long Beach. It was always something that was a frustrating topic for me. And I think with what happened last year and the success of our business and the way that we rapidly grew, I mean, I think it's, our customers, probably, aren't fully aware that, like, when our business has really grown, like, it's not just been, in the number of customers that have come to the service, but it's also, and we've staffed up our office to the point where we actually built out a whole new office in 2019, and we'd reserved probably 20% of the office to have, capacity over, the next few years to hire our staff. And with the way that our business grew last year, we don't even have enough space in our office yet, brand new office, to have everyone that we've hired over the last year. I mean, we've added 20 to 25 people just in the last year. And so we've actually started the process of expanding our space right now so that we have plenty of space in the fall when we open our office back up officially. So, all that being said, I think what we learned with the Long Beach project is now, with the way that our business has grown, that we can take on some of those more difficult and costly projects. And so it is something that we're now probably, way more open to now doing a project like Monaco than we were just, 16 months ago. So it's something that we're going to definitely talk about and investigate because, I think now we're in a position where, we can build a track like that again.
So I'm guessing the shorter answer is never say never, but don't expect it literally next week.
Yeah, I mean, again, I think the way that our business is growing, I think projects like that don't scare us as much as they used to, and I think it's something that we definitely will take a deeper look at.
Well, interesting to hear. We can all hope and pray that one of the most famous street circuits heads its way to the iRacing service. But of course, we will just have to wait with bated breath to see if that project comes to fruition. But thank you very much for joining us once again, Steve. It's always a pleasure having you. We've got about an hour and 20 minutes left in the race. So enjoy the final run to the line, I suppose.
Great, thanks, guys.
Well, there we go. Steve Myers from iRacing, and we'll send it back to Paul.
So, thank you very much to Steve Myers for joining us once again on the commentary. And look at this, the wall camera on the exit of the chicane on the back straight. You can see how close those cars get to that wall. It's absolutely incredible just how close they all get there. And one thing that was brought up there, Justin, was the news about being able to have multiplayers with AI as well. I think that's going to really add something to the service. And so if you and your buddies are just wanting to have a race amongst yourselves, but you want to fill out that grid, that really just adds something else to the iRacing service.
It absolutely does, and also adds, when you think about it, opportunities for drivers when they're doing testing or trying to prepare for races, to be able to, as a group, as an entire team possibly, to say, you know what, let's get the AI set up to be able to race against their cars and see how we impact ours. It really is going to help with a lot of the processes to prepare for some of these teams and some of these drivers in the future.
Absolutely, it just opens up so many opportunities, and it's great to hear that is being worked on as well. We're just looking at the battle for second place, by the way, in your MX-5 category. We've not really given the most attention to the MX-5 category because of the nature of the multi-class racing. It just seems to split up this category of car. But we've got the TurboBricks.com racing car in second place, and then the huge ass car in third place. Yes, that really is their name. They do race. One of my commentary colleagues, David Haynes, of course, is a member of that team and usually takes part in their endurance event. So they are heading through the first part of the oval. We're going to have a look at this. You've got that battle for second place in your Mazda MX-5 category on the top box, and then Connery, the battle between Team Chimera and Full Send Racing with Fraser Smith and Jamie Wilson battling it out on the bottom box. In fact, not Connery, because he's not available at the moment. So Justin.
Yeah, both of these battles are shaping up very nicely, and the interesting thing is, or when it comes to the TurboBricks.com racing machine, they've been picking up a lot of time and trying to hold on to positions with a bit of damage. So they've been faring out pretty nicely in turning the anger into hope with today's cause, of course, as their back number says. But for Wilson, he's right now been in a bit of a different strategy box in terms of offset on laps and so forth. So there's different strategies having to come into play, and it's going to really be intriguing in this next 20, 30 minutes or so to see how drivers split things up for the final hour or so.
Yes, well, Jamie Wilson and Fraser Smith, as Connery now is available. They are two drivers that we have commentated on many times. In fact, I've raced against Fraser multiple times as well myself. These two are very quick but hard and fair drivers out there.
Yeah, they really are. Like I said, we used to commentating, and we used to seeing them in some of the private leagues here on iRacing. So they're going to be familiar with each other as well. Maybe not so much in these cars in particular, but with the style of racing from each team and driver for sure. But one thing I do want to point out in this battle is a BMW versus a Porsche here in the GT4s, and it looks like Chimera's going to get held up a little bit by the Element Sim Racing TCR. Coming up through the infield section now, so this might be potential opportunity for Full Send Racing to go for it.
Yeah, in fact, we've jumped forward in the GT4s because Drive Dead Racing and GermanSimRacing.de, they are battling for second place. So we've got two second place battles on the screen right now. The MX-5s on the top screen, on the bottom screen. Not that far behind the MX-5s, it must be said. There's battle for second place in your GT4s here. So Justin, you know, business is just picking up towards the end of the race. We've got under an hour and 20 minutes. As a matter of fact, an hour and 18 minutes remaining in this event. So if you wanted to move forward, you're starting to get to the point where, not where desperation will come in, but where you start feeling, right, come on, we need to move forward in this field now.
Yeah, we're approaching that time where drivers have to make a charge or feel that pressure to do so, because that's where you're starting to run out of opportunities, run out of potential laps. And as well, that's where you never know if you're going to get that opportunity to come up once more. So this is where the smart moves definitely start to weigh in, and where you might see some aggression really come into play if you see those openings pop up like right here.
Yeah, that BMW looking menacing behind us. We're going to have a look at something happen in the battle between Chimera and Full Send. We talk about being aggressive and trying to move forward. Well, we're on board with the Full Send car of Fraser Smith. There's Jamie Wilson in front, and boop, right there, little touch to the rear of the BMW. No harm, no foul. They are both able to carry on there, but yeah, we're back to this battle for second place in your GT4s. Drive Dead Racing and GermanSimRacing.de, these two, they are duking it out. And that BMW, it seems, has different strengths to the Porsche. In fact, going a little bit off track there for the BMW, but getting a great launch out of turn 4 there, Connery.
Yeah, you do have to be a little careful with the track limits here, because the instant count penalties are in effect. So once you get up to 25 instants, you will get yourself a drive-through penalty. Then every 20 instants after that, you will get more drive-through penalties. So you do have to be very careful with the track limits here. If you go over the track limits, you will get yourself a 1x. So you can do that 25 times before you get a drive-through penalty. In this one, as we'll look back towards the Cadillacs, and well, we're on board with Nicholas at the moment. Oh, this is the battles all over the place here, and well, this is the main battle right now for the race lead, for the overall race lead.
Yeah, so we're on board with the chasing car, the Trek Esports car, in second place overall, but he's stuck behind the two GT4s that were battling it out for fifth place. Full Send don't just want to, they don't want this Cadillac to split them, but it has done, because the GT4s just seem to be that little bit quicker through those lower speed corners. But that Cadillac should get a good run onto the banking here, and yep, Chimera pulling up to the top of the banking, allowing the number 4, but that's cost Trek Esports some time there in their battle for the race lead. They have been gaining lap on lap on Blue Chew Americas. They just seem to be able, Justin, to work their way through the lap traffic just that little bit more efficiently than your race leader.
Yeah, the race leader, I've noticed as well, has had to pass by the traffic on the outside line. Van Hondo in the chasing car has been able to reach the traffic to the inside line. So that makes a bit of a difference as well to how you're able to maneuver your way forward and try and minimize the time loss with some of these drivers. So at the moment, you can see an bad spot for Jordan Lacey getting boxed in for a split second there with some of the air traffic. This is now going to go into Van Handel, who's going to have a chance to get boxed in here by this traffic.
Yeah, it really does ebb and flow an event like this, and look at that, just getting caught behind for the time being, having to be patient. And I said that word earlier on in this race, patience is going to be key. So Trek Esports lost 0.7 of a second on the last lap because of the traffic. Well, now they appear to be gaining back up as they work their way past the 111 car of Altitude Esports. Tom Dadswell driving that car, and there you go, you can see, well, ahead of that Mazda that's in front of them, that is your race leader. And well, this is Casey Kerwin. He's going to stay out the way. He doesn't want to get involved in all of that. Your race lead battle, they are together, and the Full Send car has made it a position over the Team Chimera car in your GT4 category, so that's up to 5th place now in their standings for the Full Send racing car. Fraser Smith has made it past Jamie Wilson here, Connery.
Can he pull away, though? Looks like he is already doing so on the way across the start-finish line and down in towards turn number 1, 3rd and 4th in the Cadillac class as well, getting very, very close indeed too. So this is Chris Versinger versus Lita Okola Racing. Lita Okola, the 764, that's the one that's trying to chase at the moment, and they're coming up on a bit of traffic as well, trying to get squeezed past the Drop Bear Motorsports car, the 268s. Both of them dive down the inside there, but still more wheel-to-wheel action, just trying to get past that traffic.
Yeah, this race has just really picked up suddenly, hasn't it? This last 10-15 minutes, drivers now just getting the urgency and really pushing on. So this is tremendous to see here in this race. As we say, the race lead, that's closing up. In fact, it's about a second between the overall race lead. We've got a couple of tenths of a second between 3rd and 4th place overall here in this race. There's a battle for 2nd place in GT4 as well, which is Drive Dead Racing and German Sim Racing. They've got about a half a second covering those two cars, and we've still got the ongoing battle between Chimera and Full Send Racing, so plenty to look at in this race. It's a good job we've got so much resources here on this show to be able to bring you all of this action. Here we are on board with the 93, the German SimRacing.de car. They're pulling out of the back straight chicane. That's at turns 11 and 12. Now through the banking, 13 and 14, before you head towards the chicane at the end of the lap. Working their way past lap traffic. A little bit compromised line for the BMW through that chicane, launching the car over the chicane there. But Justin, this is what we've been waiting for. Everybody's been calm and has been taking it easy to start with, but now everybody's seeing that big prize at the end, the win.
Absolutely, and as talked about a little bit, the urgency picks up at this mark on forward because you're approaching those final stops. You're approaching that final window where you need to push to be able to secure your spots. And as a group, you want to be able to finish as high as you can. So there is that major encouragement and that carrot on the stick, so to speak, of having that spot in front of you to be able to try and leapfrog. At the moment, I'm curious on how this plays out. There is a 2-lap offset between these drivers. Drive Dead Racing went a little bit earlier in the last stint, the last time by. Is things close enough for the overall lead?
Yeah, absolutely. This is tremendous to see as they're working past some of the MX-5 traffic, and it's getting to about 3/4 of a second. Well, you don't need time to tell you how close they are. You can see the race leader out of the windscreen. There's no better incentive, Connery, in a race than seeing your competitor that you're charging down and catching up to right out of your windscreen.
It just gives you that little bit of an extra boost, doesn't it? It's a lot different of a situation when you see the target that you're trying to chase right ahead of you. It's sometimes it's a little bit disconnected when your crew chief or your spotter's telling you, okay, they're about 15 seconds down the road, keep pushing. It's just like you don't have any sort of gauge as to how much time that is. But when you see a car that's only a second, 2 seconds further down the road, you can physically see them do their lines, try and figure out where they're making mistakes. It becomes a completely different situation, at least in terms of the driver psychology.
So there you go, there's the two battles. Then you've got the race lead overall, the battle for the CTS lead on the top of your screen there. The battle for second place in GT4 on your bottom screen. So it's Blue Chew Americas versus Trek Esports in your top battle for the race lead, and it's Drive Dead Racing and GermanSimRacing.de in the battle for second place in GT4. This is great to see. Thank you so much, everybody, for joining us here, and thank you so much to everyone who has donated towards this event as well. There's still time for you to donate as well, so do please donate towards this amazing event. It's the 4 Hours of Charlotte benefiting the National MS Society. You can see it on screen. $45,327.98 raised so far. Our goal, it is $48,000 by the end of this race. Please, if you can donate, get those donations in. Let's hit that goal and be able to celebrate not just the winners in this race, but also reaching that sensational achievement from everybody here on the sim racing community. And I will say this, Justin, as we carry on watching these exciting battles out there on track, the sim racing community, they know how to come together and support such a great cause.
Absolutely. We've seen many great causes across the community over the past few years, and this is no exception. It's been incredible seeing the support from all these drivers as this is getting dicey up for this race lead. Keep in mind, there is an offset when it comes to their cycles by about 25 laps possibly, but here's the interesting part. Von Hondo is in a situation where he might have to go down to the chase in the closing stages. So this is still vital for this overall race lead as we see some of the battles.
Yeah, absolutely. Joining this, we're again going triple box here on the coverage, and it is Ignium Motorsport and Delta V Racing White. Dan Mould versus Chassanet Vincent in that bottom right-hand corner of your screen. That's the battle for 7th place in TCR. We've got that battle for second in GT4, and they're going to go side by side through turn 4, and that's a change of position. GermanSimRacing.de and their BMW have moved forward into 2nd place in GT4. You saw that in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen there. And also that battle for the overall race lead going on right now on the big box at the top of your screen. Great stuff to see here. And still, Trek Esports, they don't have to push so far. They can go sit behind, but they're not waiting for that. They're going to take the lead. Trek Esports move forward into the lead of this race here with 1 hour and 6 minutes remaining in this event. Trek Esports then to the head of your field ahead of Blue Chew Americas there, Connery.
Yeah, that's pretty crucial. Now Trek Esports need to put the hammer down. Even though they've gotten the pass done, they need to try and extend the gap now because there's a stark difference in terms of the strategy between the two cars at the moment. You got Trek Esports only 11 laps on their stint. You've got Blue Shoe, they are 40 laps on their stint, so they're due on towards pit lane in the next 3 or 4 laps, I would have thought. And even that won't quite let them get to the hour to go mark, so we'll have to see if they're able to make it to the end without a splash and dash. So that's the concern for them at the moment. But the benefit of actually falling in behind in this situation is that they can sit in the slipstream a little bit and do a bit of fuel saving to make sure they can get the mileage.
That's as long as they can stay there, of course, because Trek Esports have been doing really a good job of keeping the lap times up. They have got the fastest lap of the race as well. So they are really doing a good job. Now, Drive Dead Racing, who, by the way, have just donated $10. Thank you very much for the donation. They're now coming under pressure from behind here, Justin, because SimRC, they are now on the charge here. They want to move forward in all of this race.
Oh, look at this, though, with the MX-5 getting held up here. SimRC with a perfect opportunity as the MX-5 spins.
My goodness, everybody having to just dive out the way, and Drive Dead Racing, well, they got on the brakes. They went, you know what? We're not risking this one. We want to keep it clean and keep it safe. And they have moved themselves back down to 4th place now. So SimRC doing a good job. Marvin Strel behind the wheel for them, up into 3rd place in your GT4 category. This is what we've been wanted to see all race here, and this is exactly what we're getting out there, Connery.
Yeah, Drive Dead a little bit unlucky there, and getting forced up against the safer barrier coming down in towards the bus stop. That's not what you want to see by an MX-5 just closing off the line there and forcing the GT4 car to have to react and try and back out of that situation. It was a heavy application of the brakes there for Drive Dead Racing that just gave the run to SimRC, and it was all about the execution from that point forwards for that SimRC car. Just angled towards the inside. They didn't. It's so easy in that situation as a driver to get in over your head, just thinking, oh my god, I have a massive run on the guy ahead of me because he's had to brake. I'm just going to send it down the inside. That's not what SimRC did. They closed in, they got as close as they were comfortable with, and they just got themselves that overlap on the inside.
Well, let's take another look at that then from our wall camera. Onto the brakes, and SimRC, they saw an opportunity, they took it, and then the MX-5 clipping those sausage curbs. That unsettled the rear of the car, and they end up getting damage. That was the RSR Esports car as well. The battle is starting once again here, Justin, because Drive Dead Racing, they do not want to give up the opportunity of a podium here.
Yeah, I think they're going to work as hard as they can to keep within this distance still. The traffic just needs to play towards their strengths right now because we know they've got the pace. It's just a matter of, do they have the luck and execution to be able to keep within the range of the SimRC machine? And it's getting tight amongst these competitors. I'm curious to see if they indeed are able to try and pounce again.
Well, we'll have to wait and see what happens in all of this. Can't forget that we've got some TCR cars out there on track right now, and that's the 089 car, Synergy Sim Racing team. They've been on pit road again. They were leaders for quite a while here, so they've taken 4 trips down pit road. They should be good for the end of the race here, Connery, because although my timing screen is just a little bit funny at the moment, but those TCRs, they go about an hour and 40 minutes on a full fuel tank, so they only need 2 pit stops really in this one. It's just a case of making sure you don't put too much fuel in your final pit stop.
You have a little bit of leeway with regards to when you want to come down in as well. If you want to try and complete some form of undercut or anything like that, you've got a lot of options. Though the strategy is a lot more comfortable if you're in one of these TCR cars because you know what the deal is for the most part. But you're right, you don't want to be taking any more fuel than you need. You don't need to be stationary on pit lane any longer than you require. And yeah, it's just one of those things that you really have to be conscious of because it's such a simple mistake to make sometimes where you just take, well, a gallon or 2 extra of fuel. That's, you know, a couple of tenths to a second of time that you're just wasting there on pit lane.
Blue True Americas have headed onto pit road from your Cadillac CTS class. They were the car that was battling for the lead with Trek Esports, so they're making a pit stop with an hour and 1 minute remaining. They are going to be pushing their strategy to the absolute limit in this one, and if you end up getting an extra lap, and people might be wondering what do we mean by getting an extra lap, it's basically where you've planned to have so much fuel in the car to undergo a certain amount of time. If the leader just crosses over that line before the 4 hours are completely open at 0, then you will end up having to do an extra lap in this race. As look at that brilliant shot of the car swinging into that back chicane here, Justin. It's a beautiful view of this circuit, and of course one of the circuits you can drive here on iRacing as part of your membership.
I always love racing here at Charlotte for the road course configuration in particular because of this corner in part, because it's a section that's very tricky, but it's also one where you can make some optimistic moves. Speaking of optimistic opportunities, with some of the traffic, things are getting dicey, and one car in the grass.
That was the TCR car. That was the 268 drop bear car, I do believe, that went off there. So trying to get out the way, and unfortunately getting caught up in all of that. There they are, out there on track. Now we are into the final hour of this race here, so that is going to be crucial now. If you can get your pit stop done within any time after this hour, if you're in any of these cars, then you are good all the way to the finish of this race. Of course, this is the 4 hours of Charlotte benefiting the National MS Society. Thank you everybody for joining us here on this broadcast, and also thank you so much for raising so much money. We want to raise even more money. It sounds a little bit greedy, but it's a great cause and we want to raise that money. Here's the replay of what happened to the 268 Connery, and once you hit that grass, all grip goes away and you end up in the tyre wall.
Yeah, again, you have to be careful because dip 2 tires in there, it's going to grab the car and it's going to send you even further off the circuit. It's a sort of vicious cycle in that situation. You get a bit onto the grass and it pulls you even more onto the grass, which causes you an even bigger problem. So that's what happened to the TCR car there. I mean, there's something to be said about, you know, trying to get out of the way of all the faster traffic, and, you know, it's a nice thing to do. I don't think you need to go completely off the circuit to do it, though.
Absolutely not. We've got a couple of cars on pit road. The Drive Dead Racing car, so they were the ones battling for second place in your GT4 category. They're on pit road getting their final pit stop, and Nick Ottinger in the 3 of a kind car has jumped in, so they're going to be finishing off in that Cadillac with Nick behind the wheel. We saw how quick he was at the start of this race. How can he get on towards the end of the race? We'll have to wait and see with that magnificent, that is a really, really nice livery as well, supporting the National MS Society with their paint job as well on the car. So Nick behind the wheel, we'll see what he can do. It's a tall order to do anything from there, but they are 8th in class. They're not the last placed car in the Cadillac class, because that would be the Scuderia Chicken House number 9 car that is behind them by the best part of a lap. So, well, make sure you stick around with us here on this coverage, because we have got 57 minutes remaining in this race. Stay tuned. We'll take a quick break here and we'll be back all the way to the end of this race.
MS does suck.
MS mucks with your central nervous system, almost everything about your body.
MS took everything from me.
Always taking away. You never get anything back.
Despite MS, I will keep riding my bike.
I will continue to live the life that my daughter expects me to live.
I won't let MS change who I am inside.
I'm gonna keep being me.
It doesn't matter where you're from, who you grew up rooting for, what you grew up watching, your home track, your favorite car. the series you've always wanted to race in. When you're ready to know what it's like, we're here, bringing you as close to the action as it gets with the ultimate sim racing experience. With a community of hundreds of thousands just like you. This is iRacing, and here, every day is race day.
We're into the final hour of the 4 hours of Charlotte, benefiting the National MS Society, and of course this race is brought to you by the National MS Society. They are a tremendous organisation helping to eventually hopefully reach their goal of finding a cure for MS and also empowering people who are affected by MS to live their best lives. So make sure you do donate to this event. It is the ntlms.org/iRacing. That's ntlms.org/iRacing to make sure you get your donation in. We want to reach $48,000. You can see how much we've raised so far in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. So let's go for it. Let's get up to that target here today. Get your donations in here in the last hour. We would love to reach that $48,000 target by the end of this race. As Nick Ottinger takes to the apron out there, it is Paul Smith, Conor Maddock and Justin Prince here on the commentary team. We've also got a team of people behind the scenes as well, working to bring you the pictures and sounds of this race. It's great to see. I'm not sure that's entirely legal what Nick is doing out there by taking to the apron there, Connery, but it's certainly working for him, as in fact we will be able to give you a rundown of all the positions here in this race. As in fact there's pit stops ongoing in your Cadillac class, and so that will just see how things go on out there. But Connery, it's been a tremendous event so far. We've raised a tremendous amount of money, but we still want to hit that goal, don't we?
Yeah, we really do. And you know, even if we don't, we've already blown through our initial goal of 25 grand already. So it's still a whole bunch of money that is going to a very, very worthy cause. Hopefully we can get towards that 48k by the end of the event. We've got 53 minutes left to go here in this one, so still plenty of time to get all that money in. And it's you know, it's great to see everyone just sort of chipping in here and there. It's like Chad Canal said, it's more than we could have ever really expected. I mean, we thought 25 grand was optimistic, and now we've got 45 grand. So it's absolutely crazy what the community have been able to do.
Absolutely. And Justin, we've seen some intense racing out here in this race. We've got a battle for third position overall between Lita Acola Racing and the Simtech Motorsports by Polaroid 3D. The Garda, the Irish Garda, they're still out there on track with that Simtech Motorsports car, and they are trying to hunt down third place.
Absolutely. Last time by, was able to pick up a decent amount of pace. Keep in mind, though, Acola fresh out of the pit lane, and it looks like they have to come in too. So they have to come in for their fourth stop of the race right now.
Yep, so pit stops ongoing. Final pit stops of the race for Simtech Motorsport. So they're going to be sorting themselves out and getting them to the end of this race. But right now, as these drivers running through, we want to try and get that $48,000. I'm greedy, Connery. What can I say? I want us to reach that goal. It would be absolutely tremendous to achieve that here. Here's your MX-5 leader then at the moment, and that is the that's not United, it's Movano Sim Racing Every Eye, the 298, and that's Marcelo Pagnon behind the wheel of that car. They're working their way through the oval right now, heading towards the back straight chicane. Now they are currently 15 seconds ahead of the Kachuchu Inc. Racing car, and they will be trying to hunt them down. Casey Kerwin going all the way to the end here. He's trying to hunt down that race leader at the moment here. But Justin, it's been, I will say, I personally think that this has been a tremendous event, and the split of cars with it's not the biggest split, biggest range of speed difference between them. It certainly has been a good mix of cars out there for this event.
It's allowed drivers to have the opportunity to try different things, I think, as well. And it's allowed some drivers who we, in some cases, don't usually see in this, or their specific type of class car, to be in some of these machinery. It's been impressive, to say the very least, and in turn, it's been absolute fun. And I think the drivers are having fun as well, with being able to raise money for a great cause, and as well, being able to work your way around a track that is very difficult, but also a very fun-flowing circuit, to be able to have lots of battles take place.
Stephen Haley, thank you very much for the $50 as well. We are keeping a track of everything here. Here's a replay then, and that's the overall leader in front of them, the number 4, Trek Esports. Whoa! And bang! Out the way. Well, that's the different classes of cars, and that's a TCR that's got a, I believe that was a TCR that got into the back of them there. But Trek Esports, they have carried on in the lead of this one, but that will have affected them massively there, Connery.
They're in, and this is early compared to where they would usually stop. They can still get to the end from here. That's fine. I mean, we're well inside that margin now, but they really, really didn't need that. And they'll try and get that fast repair in. Meanwhile, here's Chris Verstensten trying to get past that Simtech Motorsports car, the livery that's been the topic of discussion many times over the course of this one. Chris looking down the inside, nothing doing there into the bus stop though. Let's see if they can get the drive off. They've gotten some very, very good speed indeed, as they'll take the fight up onto the banking. They'll have to go high on the Undercut Racing Team GT4 machine, just pins to the bottom there. But here comes the run from Verstensten. Oh, it gets so close with the Miata.
That was unbelievably close there for them and the RSR Esports car. So, yeah, that was a bit of a close one as Trek Esports back out of pit road. Now, will they be able to keep their lead? The second place car is coming up not that far behind. And, well, about 3 seconds between them. Trek Esports side by side, and contact. There's contact with the Trek Esports car. Don't just pull out in front of them. No. Oh my goodness, a multiple car pile up there. RSR Esports, the MX-5 involved in all of that as well. Blue Chew, well, Blue Chew Americas find themselves in the lead, but they've got damage now, Justin.
And it looks like that Trek Esports machine is having a hard time being able to steer with how hard those hits were. This changes everything when it comes to the complexions for the overall race win, because now this puts leader Okola into a perfect and prime spot to take advantage of all this, as the Trek Esports machine, they'll likely have to come down to the pit lane. That's how bad this damage is. For Blue Chew, it's also pretty bad.
Oh, there's no doubt that they're going to be. Now, don't forget, if they've changed tyres, they've got cold tyres here, Connery. But that doesn't excuse just panicking and just getting on the throttle. I mean, yeah, you're running side by side. There is side-to-side contact, but you don't just then pull out right in front of other drivers.
That is probably one of the worst rejoins that I've seen in competitive sim racing. And I don't think I'm exaggerating when I say that. That was absolutely awful. That was, yeah. I have no other words to say about that. And Trek Esports, well, they take a well-deserved trip on towards pit lane to get the damage repaired. Thankfully, they were the one that was the worst damaged out of that.
Yeah, and that's somebody who really they should know a little bit better than that, because they've got a 5,000 iRacing. So you know, that's not a rookie, you know, who's new to the sim making that mistake. So it shows the pressure that they were under, that they would just think to immediately just put the foot down and go for it. So yeah, it's inexcusable for somebody of that experience to do that, but they have done it, and they're suffering the consequences of it right now, Justin, because they've dropped down to 3rd place and have a funny feeling they're going to drop some more positions.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a lengthy service after that time. That's going to cost them chance potentially even at a podium spot. And some of these drivers we're watching along with have a chance to pass them, in fact, depending on where they come out. There's a chance they come out right in the midst of this again. So it might be the same situation nearly, at the very least, coming out very close to the same cars.
Yeah, it is the same cars, and it's Geodesic Racing, Wave Geodesic Racing, who have made it up into 3rd place here. Trek Esports, they're on cold tyres, they were wiggling about there into turn number 5. Oh, it's gone from bad to worse for them, and the problem is that Trek Esports have got Simtech Motorsport behind them as well. There's Team Chris Verstappen not that far behind them either as well, so we've got a 4-car battle here, Connery, for 3rd place. This is absolutely sensational.
It's amazing how quickly things can change, right? This is endurance racing in a nutshell. You get a lull in the middle of the race where nothing much happens, then bam, everything happens all at once, and it usually happens inside this final hour, if I'm being completely honest. So it seems to be pretty regular for endurance racing. But yeah, like I said, 4-car train in the Cadillacs for this P3 position at the moment. Podium on the line for these teams. Geodesic having to go the long way around of the TCR as they hit the brakes in towards the final chicane here. Trek Esports getting a better line through. Let's see if that results in an opportunity in towards turn number 1. It does, as Trek go down the inside. Are they a bit more careful this time? I think they are.
Yeah, you can carry the speed if you go around the outside there. You've got to be careful to leave the space on the inside, but also be able to miss the... Oh, that's a good cutback, though. That is a good move, and that's experience, although he has a wiggle, and here's the cutback again. This time, Geodesic Racing, side by side, through this complex then into 6 and 7, a little block, and here comes Simtech Motorsport. They're trying to get in on the act, and they have. They've moved up into 4th place. Trek Esports now from the lead down to 5th place. My goodness, Justin.
And you have a 4th competitor joining this fight as well. Justin, who is trying to close up this ground, the 47. Look at this though, into the chicane, a big send.
Oh, there's some big moves going on in a while. That was asking a bit much, was that one, if I'm asking. That was a bit ambitious into the chicane there from Simtech, and now Trek Esports, they're going to move forward to the front of this queue and back up into 3rd place. Wave Geodesic Racing, I think, are onto pit road. In fact, they are. They're headed onto pit road right now, so they're having to take a pit stop here. If you are really enjoying this racing, give a donation. Donate to the charity. We're giving you some tremendous entertainment out here. I'm sorry, but we're in the final hour of this race. I'm going to push this. ntlms.org/iRacing to go and donate. Please donate all that you can, because it is a tremendous cause. We want to hit 48,000 by the end of this broadcast, so do that. So thank you, everybody who has donated so far, and for everyone who has taken part in this race so far and given us this tremendous entertainment. Trek Esports, I think, have finally just pulled away a little bit here in this battle, Justin, and they've got a little bit of breathing space.
Yeah, for the first time in about 5-10 minutes, where it's been near panic for them in that sequence. It's just been a busy time for Trek Esports the past few minutes or so, and finally they get a chance to say, you know what, let's reset, try and figure out what we can do, especially after seeing this happen in front of them.
So there's the move. It was struggling to reach the apex of the second part of that chicane there, Connery, just with the line that he took into it, and just the tiniest of contact just is enough just to make it lose control there.
Should have put on the sirens and the blues to alert him of his presence down the inside there, but yeah, for Simtech, a simple overcommitment down the inside, completely didn't leave himself enough room to get slowed down, And, well, he was lucky for that geodesic car to just get away with very minimal damage. There was a little bit of contact through the apex of the corner, but apart from that, it was all fine. And geodesic came down on towards the pit lane anyway, so even if they did get some minor damage, then they'll be able to get that one repaired in the pit stop. But it still, yeah, changes the complexion of the race once again, I guess, for the podium spots.
Now, it's worth pointing out that Literacola Racing, who are in second place, they are slowly gaining on Blue True Americas, who have got that damage. We've got your MX-5 leader currently, and that's a change of position because Casey Kerwin now finds himself in the lead of that category because Movano Sim Racing have taken a pit stop. So, can Casey Kerwin here go to the end on this fuel here and not have to pit again because he's got a good bit of space here? Well, we'll ask him right now. Casey, can you make it to the end of this race without another stop?
I believe I can. I believe I'm a couple laps to the good. I don't think we need to hit pit road again.
Well, you know, you've been having a tremendous time out there. The lap traffic has been getting a bit crazy in this last hour or so. How have you been finding it since we last spoke to you?
There's been a few hairy moments, but it's spaced out pretty decently now, so it's not. The first time through with traffic at the beginning of the race was pretty crazy, but now with it being spaced out, it's not that bad. There's still an occasional time there'll be a gaggle of like 2 Cadillacs and 2 GT4s and a TCR all swarming me down a straightaway, which is pretty horrifying. But besides that, it's been pretty easy going.
And have you, with the MX-5 here, have you been finding changes to the conditions? Because of course we have got the dynamic track here on iRacing. Just if you want to explain to the folks at home who may be new to iRacing how that affects how the car drives throughout this race.
Yeah, it definitely feels like it's warmed up since the beginning. So there's like lap times are falling off. The car just overall just has less grip. It's kind of doing the same thing, just a little bit slower. But yeah, you can.
Oh, I think we lost Casey there. Unfortunately, it would have been nice to have heard how things had changed out there. And yeah, unfortunately, we do appear to have lost Casey. So hopefully we'll be able to hear from him a little bit in a bit. But yeah, we lost you just for a second there, Casey. But
yeah, I think I'm back now. Yeah, everything lagged. That was alarming. We're good though now, I think.
Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing that I was going to ask as well. Everyone's racing over the internet here, so how is it when you think about it, when you're racing against people from all around the world? What sort of things do you have to take into consideration when you're out there battling it out?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, you know, not just there's obviously a bunch of different personalities and fun voices on voice chat, but the discipline for some people, you know, they think, you know, there could be a guy that, you know, it's normal to them to go to the inside in one corner and some people will wait. So it's it's hard to know exactly what to do in some situations. It's different with all people, but it's definitely really cool for sure to be racing people all around the world.
Well, Casey, you know, it's been going well so far for you, but you've got about 43 seconds between you and second place. We'll leave you to it for the time being and hopefully speak to you at the end of the broadcast.
Yes, thank you.
There we go, then. Casey Kerwin joining us here in the commentary booth. And, well, tremendous to hear the thoughts of him whilst he's driving as well. I can tell you from experience, it's not the easiest thing to multitask because you're under such a high-pressure, intense environment here, Justin, in racing and competing. To then have somebody talking to them down the microphone and expecting to give a coherent interview is certainly a bit of a difficult task.
It can be. It takes a lot of multitasking skills, absolutely. But Casey Kerwin is somebody with his streaming skills, absolutely, who knows how to be able to do so. It takes a special ability to keep focus, to hit your marks. And at the same time, you have to remember, Paul, or drivers such as Casey, he might have during any NASCAR event crew chiefs talking to him with information, spotters with information. You have to be able to compartmentalize as well the information that comes in. So that's all very vital to be able to do something like that.
Well, it's certainly been a tremendous event so far. I'm having so much fun on this broadcast. It's been great to bring you a lot of different voices and a lot of different people on the show here and to get their thoughts on exactly what's happening out there. So it's been a tremendous event to get those, and also little exclusives as well that none of us here in the broadcast actually expected to see as well. So it's been really good to see everybody, and for all the donations that have been coming in. You know, let's keep on those donations. But right now, Conor Maddock has got Chad Knaus.
Well, I'm here with Chad Knaus once again, part of that three of a kind team that's racing in that Cadillac class, of course, with Nick Ottinger and Steve Myers. But Chad, how's it been going? It's been a while since we last spoke to you earlier on in the race. How have things developed?
Well, Steve did amazing. Steve Myers really did a great job and carried us there for a long time. I hopped back in and managed to go without incident. Maybe I spun out one time, but no major casualties. So we actually just moved up into 8th position. Nick Ottinger is in the car right now. Unfortunately, we are 3 laps behind our next possible position. So we're going to run this thing out to the end, and had a ton of fun. What a great experience. Really enjoyed my time in the race car.
Yeah, and of course, you know, since this is a 4-hour endurance race, you know, there's a lot of strategy in it. Of course, you weren't able to flex your strategy muscles too much in this one due to the problems that you've had. But you know, how different is this? How different is the mentality coming into this compared to, say, working out the strategy for a NASCAR race? Because it's slightly different here in the fact that you basically have 4 races going on at the same time, 4 different races, but all sharing the same track. And there's a lot of things to do with trying to find clear air and try and spot into somewhere where you can run some fast laps. So just take me through your thought process there and how you adapt from NASCAR to something like this.
Oh, you're absolutely on point. It's significantly different, obviously, the way that you go for your fuel mileage, trying to stretch a fuel run. Like I said early on, unfortunately, I had damage, had to get out of the car early, so that kind of threw our strategy off a little bit. But Nick Ottinger did a really good job of stretching Steve's first run out, or Steve's run out, putting me in at the right time. I was able to stretch my run a little bit longer, and now we're hoping that we can make it to the end of the race without pitting again. So that's a really, really good way of being on top of it. And again, team captain Nick Ottinger did a really good job with that. But you know, it's tough out there racing with all the classes, because you got to try to figure out where you're going to pass them, when you're going to take advantage of the opportunity to get by these guys. A lot of the lighter cars, the Porsches and the McLarens, even the Audis, they can actually brake a little bit better than what the Cadillac can, but they don't have as much power as the Cadillac. So you've got to roll out of the throttle, try to accelerate, drive through the center of the corner to be able to get position on the guys. So it was fun. I had a blast. I just told Steve a moment ago, this is the most fun I've had on iRacing to date. And man, I've had a great time today, and I look forward to the next time we get together to do it. It's been a lot of fun.
Yeah. Hopefully, you'll be back for more, and we'll be able to see you on more of these broadcasts. But just talking about the donations that have come through already, we're up to $45,620 at the moment. So again, an absolutely incredible amount. I'm sure you would agree. But we do have a couple of incentives. One of them is a VIP tour of your own teams. Hendrick Motorsports is of the Hendrick Motorsports and Heritage Center, a 4-person tour there with, well, if you donate $1,000, then you'll be able to take, take a group of 4 and go and see your workplace, I suppose.
Well, I'll tell you what, here's the deal. You know, I can't always guarantee that I'm going to be there at the exact time to take everybody through the whole complex, but what I will do is we'll coordinate it. We'll make sure that whoever buys that for $1,000, I'll take them to lunch at the Speedway Club over at Charlotte Motor Speedway, and we'll have lunch overlooking exactly what you're seeing us race on right now. How's that? If we can get that done for $1,000.
There we go. That's definitely worth it. Lunch with Chad Knaus. That's worth $1,000 in and of itself, let alone the tour of the Hendrick Motorsports and Heritage Center. But of course, you know, we have other incentives like the iRacing Trucker hat, for example. 19 of those are available. We have the William Byron Esports prize pack as well. Yeah, you have one, and which will be signed by William and Nick Ottinger, and also you have a Hendrick Motorsports hat signed by yourself.
Well, yeah, there you go. And I'll tell you what, if somebody buys that hat for a good price, maybe I'll try to get your favorite Hendrick Motorsports driver to sign it as well. How's that?
So what about this date with Nick Ottinger? How about that? What's going on with that?
So the date that you can get, I guess that still hasn't been purchased yet. Well, that is an amazing opportunity for somebody to get coached by one of the best iRacing drivers out there in the Coca-Cola iRacing series. Nick is fantastic. He's battled for the championship consistently in the iRacing series. And let me tell you guys something. This guy gets it. He understands what it is to go out there and go fast in iRacing. For instance, I was out there running minute 21, minute 22s. He hopped in the car and he's out there running minute 18s pretty consistently and minute 19s at the heat of the day. So this guy's legit. So if you get an opportunity to get out there, get coached by one of the best in iRacing, Nick Ottinger, I think that's worth its pennies. How's that?
Yeah, for sure. And Nick Ottinger, at least as far as I'm concerned, is one of those multi-talented drivers in iRacing that no matter what car you put him in, be it his home car of a NASCAR or anything in GTs or in open wheels, he finds some way to go fast in it. And there's not many drivers on iRacing or even in the wider motorsports world that could do that. So I think it's a good opportunity to learn from one of the best.
Yeah, absolutely. He's also very savvy when it comes to car setups. He understands strategy. He's the real deal. So he can help somebody tremendously if they've got a league or something they're trying to get a leg up on the competition. He's the guy you want in your corner, that's for sure.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. But we are in towards our final 30 minutes of the race now, so I'll leave you get back to your team for that final stint towards the end. Thank you very much for joining us, Chad.
So where are we at right now? We're 45.2, 45.5. Where are we at for our total donations thus far?
45. Well, we are 45,800 at the moment.
45,800. So we get somebody to drop another $1,000. That put us 46,800. And then we only need $1,200. So let's keep drinking on this one, guys. Keep digging. Let's see if we can get that $4,800 for, obviously, one of my favorite numbers, 48 car.
Of course. But again, thank you very much for joining us, Chad. We'll speak to you probably at the end of this broadcast once everything is said and done. But I'll leave you get back to your team for that final run to the line.
And right now, the 3 of a kind team in the 189 MS Cadillac is running in 8th position and 8th in class and 8th overall. So these guys have done a really good job today. So thank you, everybody, for all your support, everything that you've done. And get out there, donate a little bit for the people that you love and you care about.
All right, then. Let's head back to Paul. Thank you.
There we go. Great to hear from Chad Knaus, and what an incentive for you to donate $1,000, get your lunch with him, and certainly a great opportunity as well. Now, we have been having some action going on whilst we've been going on here in this race. We're into the final 28 minutes of this event, and well, one replay that we're going to see right here. And that's one of the TCRs into the wall heavily. Spun it around. Careful with the rejoin. And then he's realised, don't say he's lost in powers. No! And that's reversed right into another one of the competitors in the TCR. Well, this is the car that was in the lead earlier on, making contact, losing control and making contact with the number 2, the Drive Dead racing car. They were one of the teams that were trying to get on the podium in GT4. They've dropped down to 4th place. The 4 car, Trek Esports, is down to 5th place in this race right now. So, well, big dramatic moments happening, Justin, whilst we were on that interview. But we're into that final push now, not just for the drivers out there, but also for us to raise some big bucks for this charity here today.
Indeed, and keep in mind as well, Blue Chew has also elected to duck down to the pit lane in the past few laps or so they sacrificed the race lead for now. So leader Okola is in an interesting spot where they need to hold on for about a 22-23 second buffer. That's not going to be easy, though, as we've seen with how this race is played out. A lot can happen in the span of less than 27 minutes, as we've seen today.
we're over $46,000. So thank you everybody for donating so far in this one, and it's great to see. So yeah, thank you so much for this, and for all the donations. Kent as well, thank you very much for that donation. It all goes towards a tremendous cause, the MS Society, the National MS Society. I do apologise, let's get the name right. And you can donate to them. Heading over to ntlms.org/iRacing. Give us your donation. It'd be great to see $1,000 donation come in, because that would be a tremendous opportunity for those people who donated that to spend some time with Chad Knaus and the Hendrick Motorsports team as well at their facility. But we do ask, even if you've not got $1,000, even if you've just got $1, please go donate and help us reach that target of $48,000. We've got a battle going on at the moment, and that is in your TCR category. It's Delta V Racing, who was one of the teams that were involved in that incident with the car that Austin Powers did, and Drop Bear Motorsports. They are battling out for 7th and 8th places here, Connery.
Yeah, so you know, for a team that's not, well, been going through the best of times very recently, especially with that second worst rejoin that I've ever seen in competitive sim racing. Just a couple of moments ago, we saw the first one just about an hour or so ago. But yeah, it does mean that they're now involved in a bit of a battle, or a bit of a close moment, I would say. I wouldn't say they're battling at the moment, but it's certainly a big possibility that they'll be able to get themselves in close quarters and have a little bit of a fight towards the end of this one. We're inside of 25 minutes left to go. Of course, we have to keep an eye on the strategies and the fuel concerns up and down the field to see. We'll wait and see if anyone has to come down in for a surprise splash and dash, or a splash and dash that we expected all along. But yeah, this is the crucial point in the race now, where everything just kind of becomes a lot more obvious with regards to where everyone is, because this is where the strategies all just kind of cycle their way through, all the final stops happen, and then it's less of a battle in the minds of the strategist and more a battle on track.
Well, we've got a battle for 3rd place in your MX-5s, and that is the teams there. You've got the Huge Ass team involved in that one. You've also got TurboBricks.com Racing. They are together out there on track. That's that bottom picture. In fact, there you go. You see it full screen right now as they head on to the oval right now. And I mean, Justin, if you're Fabian right now, you just sit behind, get the slipstream, and then go towards the end, or do you just go for it now? As Kent, thank you very much for another $40 there.
I think right now it's just waiting for the right opportunity, and it may come in these next few corners based on what we're seeing with some of these runs around the edge of the curbing at the moment. So it's a good spot. It's just a matter of trying to build up the draft in through, especially the straightaways, which can be difficult here at this racetrack, as we've seen.
As they're heading towards the final chicane on the lap, 22 minutes and 54 seconds remaining in this event. The Huge Ass team just getting a bit of a slide on after jumping over the curb into turn 1. Now they go swing the car through that left-hander, up over and then downhill. You don't really think of undulation for this race here, Connery, but there is just a little bit of different levels what the track is on, so you do get that little bit of a up and down hill. Maybe not as extreme as, say, like Nürburgring, but still, you do get some elevation change here.
Yeah, it's a thing that you do have to think about. Of course, maybe not so much, because, like I said, it's not a massive effect here on these drivers, but it does affect some of the braking zones, where you can maybe brake a little bit later or have to brake a little bit earlier than we would usually because of the track elevation. But we're continuing to ride on board with the TurboBricks.com iRacing or TurboBricks.com Racing number 182 here as they lock onto the back of the huge ass car. Pulling towards the driver's right-hand side. Oh, there was someone trying to shoot down the middle there. The Simtech Motorsports just off camera almost tried to get themselves down the middle. They've made contact between through the middle of the corner. That's a bit of a mess there between the two of them. There's the Simtech car that spun all the way around.
Yeah, Simtech Motorsport having that spin there, but yeah, the huge ass car looking like it was at Aintree rather than Charlotte with the jump over the curbs there, but back out there, and they're still ahead. And thank you, the donations are coming thick and fast. So Ricky Thompson, thank you very much for the $50, and I can tell you in a second we're going to have a $100 donation coming as well. So thank you very much to everybody so far. Sean F as well. That is tremendous to see here. The donations are coming in thick and fast. We've got 21 minutes remaining. Get your donations in. Let's try and get this target of $48,000. This battle for third place ongoing at the moment, and Huge Ass are hanging on to it for dear life here as GT4s now come through to put a lap on them. Here, Justin, we've got a replay actually of the Huge Ass car here.
Yeah, you can see they're already playing defensive, and then all of a sudden you have a Cadillac saying, hello, I'm thinking about going up the middle. That gap closed quickly. Then they try to defend a little bit and come across the closing. In turn, the Cadillac has nowhere to go, loses it while trying to check up for these cars, and now they're doing the same thing again.
Heading down to that chicane, onto the brakes, through they go. No Cadillac to get involved this time. That huge ass car just seems to get a good run through that chicane on the power, and the Turbo Bricks car now having to push on, use the slipstream of the car in front to help close up. See that speed difference. That speed difference there. It's almost like Ricky Bobby out there, but as they go flying up over the curbing once again. And Connery, these drivers now, they know they're into that final portion of the race, 20 minutes to go. They are pushing on to the end here and giving it absolutely everything.
This is the point in the event where the gloves can well and truly come off, especially if there's been a bit of contact between these two already, which there has. You can see the punched-in right rear quarter of that huge-ass MX-5 that was a result of that contact a little bit earlier on. A little bit, a couple different lines there being taken through this infield section before we get ourselves back on to the banking. That huge ass car not looking not handling incredibly well, it looks like. Meanwhile, we're having a look back at the battle for P4 in the Cadillac in the CTS class, as that's Simtech Motorsports and Trek Esports. Trek Esports, of course, on that recovery after the couple of incidents that they have had.
Yeah, so they've not been having fun out there, and in this last hour and a half, 2 hours. But look at the TCR get right up to the back of that Cadillac. That's what we were told about earlier on by Chad, wasn't it? That the weight of this Cadillac, the TCRs, Justin, really do close up on the brakes. But these caddies, as Trek, have made their way past. They're up into fourth. They're just trying to pull away now and make the most of it while they can. But yeah, we saw that difference in the performance of the braking ability there between the TCR and the caddies.
We absolutely did, and that was very well executed with how deep in the brakes that the caddy in turn went in that situation to be able to send it through the corner. And that's part of the class differences, absolutely, but it also takes confidence to be able to stick that with regardless of the class, especially with the Cadillac, to make sure you can properly rotate your way in. You don't want to end up going too deep and end up sending it off into the infield or in towards a wall, but at the same time, you also want to be able to make sure you get yourself into spots like this.
Well, look at this, because we've got Casey Kerwin, your race leading car in your MX-5's just putting a lap on this battle for third place. So he's gone and lapped the battle for third as Casey, and that means that Huge Ass and Turbo Bricks, they've fallen a lap behind Casey, and now we'll just have to fight it out, continuing to fight it out. And look at this once again, No room at the end, no real moves being made. Time is running out because we've only got 17 minutes remaining in this one, Connery. These two, I feel that they could end up with tears very shortly.
I wouldn't be surprised if it comes to that. 17 minutes left to go here, pinned towards the bottom of the racetrack as the GT4s try to work their way around the outsides there. Looking in towards turn number 1 is that Turbo Bricks car, but still no opportunity for them to try and make their way through. That huge ass car has been pretty exemplary on the defense so far in this one, but can they hold on for another 16.5 minutes? That's the issue for them, especially with that little bit of damage they have to their right rear. We're on board with Sven Demel looking back at Fabian Sisek there in the 182. Still no opportunity. So despite the little bit of damage there, the Sven's driving very, very well.
Well, they've both got damage, haven't they? Because Sven in the huge ass car has got damage to the left rear. And if you look at the front right, in fact, no, it's the right rear of the huge ass car, and you look at the front right of the Turbo Bricks car, that's got damage as well. So both of them will be affected by that, and that'll be hampering their efforts out there as one of the caddies and one of the TCRs make their way high side around. That was the Sim Racing Channel TCR making their way past on the high side there into the chicane. Again, no moves being made for the time being. So I think at the moment Fabian here for this team, in fact, Lita Acola Lucas, thank you very much for the $50 donation there, bringing this total. It keeps on coming up here. Brian Lynn as well. Oh, the donations are flying in. This is what we want to see here, Justin. We want to try and get to that $48,000. 15 minutes to get 48 grand. That's going to be a push, but we can do this. Come on.
I think we can do this. As we talked about, such a great cause to be able to raise donations for National MS Society. It's such an important cause as well, with being something that affects everyone, but as well all the work that they do. More than $1 billion to date, I believe it was, in terms of in terms of some of the causes they've done so far. So they do a lot of work when it comes to the cause. So come on, donate.
Yeah, that's it. Donate, please do. Yeah, you're absolutely right. The amount of research that they put in towards the illness, the multiple sclerosis, it really is great that they research so much. As I keep on saying, that their goal is to eventually cure MS, but whilst there isn't that cure there, they're empowering people affected by MS to be able to live their best lives. So thank you very much. Thank you very much also, and it'll come up in a second, for another $100 donation just coming in as well. And that's absolutely tremendous. The number keeps on coming up. That was Rocky who donated that $100. So thank you very much for that as we continue to watch this battle for third place in the MX-5s. And these cars, Connery, they always produce tremendous close-paced racing, and they're able to just run together because they've not got aerodynamic wings on the cars. They're not affected by the slipstream, the draft of the car in front of them.
Yeah, you're right, and they just keep together in these clumps. And of course, you know, it's a great equalizer in terms of the pace between the drivers, because there's not much you can really do in terms of a setup in these cars. So the setups are going to be relatively similar. The drivers will have probably an equal amount of time able to be practice and get used to the car, because it is the first car that you can get to experience on iRacing. So of course you're going to be running it a lot early on in your iRacing career. Here's the drone cam then, as we follow this battle around the circuit between these two cars, Huge Ass Miata and TurboBricks.com Racing. The number 337 versus number 182. The battle for the final podium spot in the MX-5 class. It's as close as you like.
Wow, as they fly through the chicane there. That's an extreme way of looking after your tyre wear, that's for sure. As Marvin Buck, thank you very much for the $35. 12 minutes remaining in this race here, and the drivers are pushing on. And Jack07 with a $141.12 donation. I'm sure they've just done that to trigger my OCD, but there you go. Thank you so much. It is a generous donation there. Norman Robinson as well with a $10 donation. So we're into that final 12 minutes of the race, just to keep you up to date with everything that's happening in this race elsewhere. Lisa Ricola Racing, Tanner Whitten is currently leading this one by about 19 seconds, 18 and a half seconds ahead of Blue Chew Americas. Then Team Chris Versailles in third place in your Cadillac CTS category. In your GT4 category, it is Undercut Racing Team Blue who lead this one ahead of SimRC, with German SimRacing.de in third place. In your TCR category, it is United Sim Sports Team Valvoline in first place ahead of Scuderia Chicken House, with Synergy Sim Racing in third place. And then in your MX-5s, as they're going side by side for third place, no change of position yet, but they are pushing on now. It is Kachuchu Inc. who lead this one. Casey Kerwin leading that one. Movano Sim Racing in second place. They lead that one by 42 seconds. And then it's this battle for third place that we're focusing on here. Huge Ass versus Turbo Bricks, and it's Turbo Bricks down the inside into the chicane, launched over the curbs. They've finally done it. No, they made a mistake coming out the chicane. That's an opportunity for Huge Ass to try and respond immediately round the outside of turn 1. Can they make this one stick? Because they're heading into turn 2, and they've done it. Sven Demmel, my goodness, what a drive, what a move to get that place back there, Connery.
Best move of the race for me, but now the SimTech car is looking to get itself involved here. Oh, this is the last thing that this battle needed. You might think that's a Cadillac battle rather that's a battle trying to follow their way through. Oh no, that is just a GT4 and a Cadillac just trying to follow their way through and get on with their own races. But of course, they don't want to disrupt this battle too much. It's just the courteous thing to do. But what a move there from Sven Demmel, committing around the outside through turn number 1. That is that requires a lot in terms of the optimism to be able to get that move done, and he's able to do it. But the thing is, this battle is simply not over, Paul. Here comes the draft back from Turbo Bricks, so they're going to look to the inside of the bus stop. No, they're going to take the more conservative option and stay in line with 9 minutes to go.
Synthanalyzer.com, thank you so much for the donation. Also, Brady Morris as well, thank you so much for that donation. That total is creeping up and up. We've got 9 minutes, everybody. We want to hit $48,000 for this charity. It would be great to hit that donation total by the end of this race, but this, Justin, has been a tremendous race between Huge Ass and between Turbo Bricks. They are giving us some tremendous entertainment here in the final 10 minutes of this race.
And for Huge Ass, they're an organization that has done very well in MX-5s. They're showing those muscles here today. For TurboBricks.com Racing, they've really impressed as well with being able to keep themselves in pace and being able to recover from earlier troubles in the respective class. Now it's the matter, though, of which driver can get the run at the right time. And right now for Fabian, it's the tough part of right now Sven Demmel is currently playing things well defensively, trying to make sure there is an ascend down that backstretch chicane. If Fabian can try and find a way to build up a run, get towards that inside, or try and force them into a mistake coming out of that chicane, there might be a great opportunity to be able to pounce.
We started this race with 38 competitors. There are 30 cars remaining on track here. It's tremendous to see everybody taking part, and thank you so much to everyone who has taken part in this one. I do want to also say thank you very much also to everybody behind the scenes here on this broadcast who has brought us this event here, for the amount of work and time that they've put in. And it's not just those in the iRacing studios, but also working remotely around the world as well. So thank you so much to those guys, to Drew, Cisco, Blake, Jay, Joe, Ryan, Taylor, and also Alex for their hard work behind the scenes there. Thank you so much for everything that you've done here for this event, but we've got 7 minutes remaining in this race. That total keeps on rising up. This is what we want to see, the 7 car getting involved in this one. Well, they're not involved in the battle with the MX-5s, but they want to try and get past because they're desperately trying to catch up for that first place. They're in second place overall, the 7 car, so those donations keep going on. There's the guys working from the iRacing studio, pretending to look busy. No, I'm kidding. they're hard at work there, so great work. Thank you so much for everything that you do on these broadcasts, and yeah, great to see those guys there getting a little bit of recognition for this one. But the recognition really for me is out there on track, Connery, because it's still huge ass Sven Demmel holding on, although missing the apex on the first part of the chicane. This is a good run.
He's going to try and go below the line to be able to make that pass work. He'll come back up the circuit to make it just that little bit more fair. But here comes Turbo Bricks then on the inside, still gaining ground. Maybe there'll be a speed boost coming off the banking for the huge ass car coming down in towards turn number 1. Late on the brakes. Have they overcommitted? Though they have not. As Turbo Bricks look for the up and under, they find some sort of line coming off the corner at angle towards the inside for turn 1.
Catherine Jones, thank you very much for the $20 as we're going through turn 1. Huge ass Sven Demmel still hanging on here, and I do agree with Connery. That's the move that they made earlier was probably the move of the race, but still, I wouldn't count out Turbo Bricks here, Justin, because they are all over the back of that MX-5 in front of them.
Let's see, for the drone shot, they are really nailing the infield section, I think, but the main thing I've noticed is they're trying to back up some of their entries to be able to then go fast on the corner exit, try and power their way by the huge Miata at the moment. It's just a matter, though, of timing. And they don't have too much time left to be able to prepare for this move. So they're doing what they need to do. It's just a matter of being smart with this pass.
Yeah, looking to the outside, then into the chicane. This is more about putting your competitor offline, or is it? He's actually going for the move, and he's done it! Turbo Brakes up into third place. Now it's time to see what can the huge ass do to counter that. Can they use the slipstream of the car in front to be able to pull themselves forward? Well, they're closing. They're gaining here in the slipstream. Look out to the right into the chicane. No, backing out of it a little bit. Get online then. So Sven Demmel, all 4 wheels in the air there for the Turbo Bricks car across the chicane. 4 minutes remaining in this race here, Connery. Time running out now for huge ass.
Time running out, but we know they can get this pass done back again. They did it previously, and now they're continuing to close in through this infield section. I get the feeling that Sven Demmel does have a bunch more clear air pace than Fabian. It's just Fabian was sitting that slipstream all that time and has been able to squeak his way past. But can Sven Demmel do the same and get back up into that podium spot? That's the question here as they head their way to the end of the infield section. We've only got a handful of laps to go here in this one. 3.5 minutes on the clock, and a bad exit of the infield section. That's not going to help that huge S car.
And the thing is, that TCR, once it makes its way past, and the Caddy as well for that matter, once that slots in, if I'm that MX-5 in the front, I'm grabbing the slipstream of those cars whilst I can, just to get as much advantage out of that as possible. Into the chicane again, up over the curbs. They are abusing those curbs now. They know they've got to do absolutely everything here. And this is all a battle for third place. This is the final spot on the podium in your MX-5 category. This is the closest battle out there on track at the moment. That's why we're paying it so much attention right now. Into the final chicane. Once again, not the best line from Huge Ass there, getting a little bit of a wiggle out of the chicane here. And while Justin, looking at the timing here, it depends on when the leader crosses the line. You've possibly got, 2 laps for these drivers?
2-3 laps, give or take, absolutely. So you only have a few opportunities to properly make the move. So if I'm Sven, you've got to get closer. You've got to find a way to reel them back in. And the tough part is the traffic is saying hello.
Alex Berman, thank you very much. $480 donation. Thank you so much for your generosity there. We've got 2 minutes. We're at the 2-minute warning, and we've raised $47,365 in this one. We're so close to that $48,000 donation target. Come on, if you can. Get your wallet out. Let's go for it. Yeah, Jimmy Johnson, come on. Your spotter is racing in this one. Get your hand in your pocket. Let's see you donate. Get to that magic 48K. But these two battling it out for third place in the MX-5 category, or the Miata, depending on where you are in the world as to what you say. Now, Huge Ass have got a great slipstream right now. They've got a good run out of that chicane. Coming into the final chicane, they go. We're getting close towards the end of the race here. We'll get confirmation once we get it of when the final lap is. And look at that lap traffic. That's going to hinder the Huge Ass car there, Justin.
Worst time possible for them to have this traffic reach them at the moment. But they do have the counter punch now coming into play. Bit of contact just about with the car in front.
That was tremendously close. Barney the flagman waving the white flag. One more lap remains for your overall race leader, and as long as he doesn't lap these two will get 2 more laps. And, well, I can tell you as well, Alex Berman's generosity just keeps on showing, because $500 just donated by Alex Berman as well. $47,865. We're nearly at the 48K mark. Time is running out. We're going into the final few seconds of this race. Well, here we go. Oh my goodness. I've just seen something that you've seen there as well. For $1,000 from Rick Smith. We are over the 48,000 target. Thank you so much for your generosity. But we have got a battle on screen right here. Huge Ass, great run through the chicane here. They've got the slipstream once again. They'll get one more lap at this one, Connery. This is absolutely tremendous.
Yeah, here comes the run, though. This might be one of the last opportunities for Sven Demmel to try and squeak his way by. Does he come into the move into turn 1? No, he's going to still bide his time, even though we're coming up to a lap to go here. Fabian's still trying to hold on as the leader's coming behind.
Yeah, your overall race leader then, Liza Racola Racing across the line. Tanner Whitten is a race winner here in the 4 hours of Charlotte, benefiting the National MS Society. But we keep on keeping on. This race battle has been going on for the last half an hour, and it has been absolutely tremendous. Huge Ass onto wheel on the grass there, Justin. So close.
So close to bobbling it away, and now you can tell they're trying to push as hard as they can. Can Fabian hold on for a few more corners?
Well, here's your GT4 winner across the line then. That's Undercut Racing Team Blue. They finish. The two battling for third place in your MX-5s. They're still going on as well. Here's your TCR leader across the line, United Sim Sports Team Valvoline, to take victory in TCR. I can tell you Casey Kerwin has taken victory as well in your MX-5 category momentarily. But it's this battle for third place that we're focusing on. Huge Ass, one more opportunity coming up at the final chicane. This is the last opportunity. Is it going to be a full send? We'll have to see. There is the Kachuchu Inc. car across the line to take it. Huge Ass to the outside into the chicane. They've got the run. There's the dive back though. On the inside, there's a little bit of a rub, and it's going to be Huge Ass at the line to take third place over the Turbo Bricks car. Absolutely brilliant finish between those two there at the end. Wow, what a way to finish this one, Connery.
That was incredible, the fight between those two for the final podium positions. It was the last-ditch attempt required for Sven Demmel to try and get his car up into third place. There might be a little bit of controversy. There might be different opinions about those final couple of corners, but you can't complain about the result because we've had a great finish.
And what's more, as I'm losing my voice here, $49,100 as the donuts get done at the finish there. Chris White, what a brilliant result there. They're absolutely over the moon. They wrecked the car as well with doing the donuts, but more importantly, $49,115 raised for the National MS Society. Absolutely tremendous to see that. Whoa, what a race that has been, Justin. Absolutely sensational finish there as well.
An absolutely sensational event overall, to be able to have so many battles and for some of them to come down to the final corner was absolutely thrilling. Give a shout out to Tanner Whitten and his organization as well with that overall win, because they did that in part on strategy. They made some mistakes during this race, yes, but they were able to cut out an additional pit stop to get that strong result.
Well, here are your overall results then, and it is Lita Acola Racing who win that one by 22 seconds ahead of Blue Chew Americas. Team Christopher Stein in third place with Trek Esports fourth. Simtech Mudsport in fifth with Wave Geodesic Racing in sixth. Wannabe SRT Black seventh place, and three of a kind able to finish this one out in 8th place. Then 9th place overall and first place in your GT4s, Undercut Racing Team Blue, who win that one. As we go through your order there as well, United Sim Sports Team Valvoline for TCR, the winners in that one with Scuderia Chicken House and Marshmallow Racing in third place for that category. And also in the MX5s, it's Kachuchu Inc. in the winner's circle for that one. And then Mivano and Hujas 27th, 28th. And look at that, Hujas and Turbo Bricks gap there, 0.644 of a second between the two of those. The rest of the cars on that screen did not finish this event. Well, let's have a look then at what the move of the race is, and the PFC Brakes move of the race. Well, I think it's pretty obvious here, Justin.
Yes, indeed, especially with that side-by-side fight for position into the final corners. To be able to get that move done, bit of a bump there, but overall a thrilling move to be able to get the final step of the podium.
I think it was a choice between that or the move around the outside of turn one, again between the same two cars as well, which would have been move of the race there. It was a tough choice, but well, to decide third place in class, it's definitely your PFC Brakes top move of the race here. And Connery, well, why don't you take it away with the winner in MX5?
Casey, you're a race winner once again. This time it's the 4 hours of Charlotte. That's to your name in that Miata, coming top of that particular class. We talked to you a little bit at the very start of that final stint, saying you had the fuel to the end. So fuel strategy was not a concern, it seems, for you guys, and you're able to get to the end.
Yeah, it was. They got a little off strategy. The guys in P2, I think they got in the wall and got some damage, so they got off strategy there. But the pace was really close between us two. I think if they didn't have to pit for damage, it probably would have been a race all the way to the wire. But thankfully, I was able to keep it clean and not break anything, and just stay on the two-stop strategy. I didn't know these things could go that long on fuel, but we literally ran, I think, over an hour 20 each stint. So, but yeah, it was a lot of fun, and it was awesome to see how much money was raised, and glad to have been a part of it.
In terms of this race for you, what was the major challenges that you had to try and overcome to try and get yourself into the proper position to make sure you kept the car clean? What were some of those challenges throughout the race today?
Mainly just the traffic. I mean, I've driven this track a lot, and especially in the Mazda, but never with traffic like that. And especially the Cadillacs were so fast. The closing rate was ridiculous, and like they would have to slow down so much, especially in the chicanes, that we could almost outbrake them in the chicanes, but like they couldn't even get stopped, so they still kind of have to dive us. So especially when it would be a big bunch of cars on top of each other, it was hard to not get wrecked. And it was just a big gaggle sometimes. So it was really just managing traffic, which for me, typically, if I've ever done multi-class, I typically like driving like the LMP2 car and M7 being the fastest, where I was the slowest by a mile. So it was a different learning curve trying to pick and choose where to let people go and all that. And but it was fun.
And Casey, of course, we've been racing here for the tremendous cause of the National MS Society. You must be proud that you've not only won this race, but also been a part of something that has raised, and I can tell you now, $49,384.
Yeah, that's incredible. I know Steve said that in the chat. I think even on our end, we raised a couple $100 a day, which was awesome. So it was it's awesome to see. It's great to see that iRacing can put on an event like this and be the reason that you can raise money for a good cause like this. So I hope we can do more of this in the future, and I'd like to be a part of it. So.
Well, it'd be tremendous to have you back, Casey. Congratulations on the win in the MX5, and all the best for your future.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Well, Connery, Justin, we'll get some final thoughts from yourselves here because, what an event this has been as a whole. The action on the track has been tremendous, but at the end of the day, Connery, that figure that we've raised today is it's blown me away, the generosity of the sim racing community.
And to think our original goal coming into this one was $25,000, we got above that before the stream even started, which is absolutely crazy. And to get the extended goal of $48,000 as well, that's crazy. Fantastic push from everyone at the end to be able to push us over the line there. As the drivers were getting to the line, as it so happens. So. Yeah, it's been a fantastic event. I've certainly enjoyed commentating on this one. You guys probably feel the same way as well. And thank you so much, everyone, for all of the support.
And well, Justin, we saw that figure. In fact, the figure's just jumped up tremendously. I've just seen now as well. My goodness, $50,384 because of Chad Knaus, Nick Ottinger, and Steve Myers. Steve, they've donated $1,000 there, Justin. That donation coming at the end there as well, absolutely tremendous. But the on-track action was also fantastic, wasn't it, here today?
It was absolutely fantastic with some great battling as well as some great strategy plays. We've seen some troubles, yes, but overall the drivers who were able to have fun with it, in turn keep themselves clean, were the ones who were able to execute the most today. And I think for many of these drivers, they should be very proud of what they were able to do today with this event, to be able to raise money for a great cause and to be able to have as much fun as possible while doing so. I think plenty of these competitors will say they're glad to be a part of this one.
Absolutely, it's been a tremendous event to take part in, and certainly one that's been really good to work on here as well. Justin, Connery, thank you very much for joining myself, Paul Smith, here on the commentary. It's not the end of the donation, so you can still donate there. ntlms.org/iRacing to keep those donations coming in. Let's get that figure as high as we can. And well, if you've been excited by what you've seen here and you've never taken part in iRacing, there's no time better than now to take part in iRacing, because there's currently 40% off of all new memberships here on the iRacing service. Check out iRacing.com for more information about that and how you can start your day and start your career on iRacing, because every day is race day on iRacing. But from myself, Paul Smith, from Connery Maddock, from Justin Prince, from everybody behind the scenes as well who have worked on this broadcast and as part of this event, who've put this together, we say goodbye and well, what a tremendous race.